Morning, sir. Request machine to start, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Asia's largest naval training establishment, the Indian Naval Academy, which is spread over 2,580 acres. The Indian Naval Academy is located in the spectacular and picturesque locales of Ezhimala, in God's own country, Kerala. Over a period of 4 years at the Indian Naval Academy, cadets undergoing the flagship 4-year BTech course are transformed into physically fit, emotionally strong, mentally resilient, and technically enabled young naval officers. The training at INA enables and equips all the trainees to man and exploit the most advanced warships of the Indian Navy. In addition to academic excellence and physical fitness, the Indian Naval Academy focuses on instilling maritime and naval ethos into future naval officers. It is pertinent to mention that a budding naval officer must be exposed to all aspects of India's rich maritime legacy. It was to this end that the Dilli series webinar is being conducted under an overarching theme of Role of Sea Power in Shaping Nations, with an aim to provide an exposure to young trainees to the entire spectrum of India's rich maritime canvas and arouse in them a curiosity that will motivate them to explore further. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, I, Cadet Shashwat Tyagi, welcome you all to the 10th edition of the Dilli Series Sea Power Webinar 2023. While last year's webinar was focused on geopolitical impact of sea power, this year the theme revolves around role of sea power in shaping nations. And we are now live on the Indian Navy's YouTube and Facebook channels. This theme encompasses a vast spectrum, ranging from historical perspective to challenges and opportunities in marshalling sea power. Thus, we have divided the theme into 4 sub-themes, which will be discussed over the period of next 2 days. The sub-themes focus on historical perspective on development of sea power, blue economy, cooperation and contestation for resources, sea power and associated legal aspects, challenges and opportunities in marshalling sea power. In order to do justice to this relevant, dynamic, and volatile theme, we are indeed fortunate to have some of the finest minds from the academia, bureaucracy, think tanks, and subject matter experts to share their views on the innumerable nuances and dimensions at play. To the audience present in Kautilya Auditorium, I urge you to address as many queries to our speakers and chairpersons during the question and answer session, which will invariably follow every session. To those watching us live online, you are welcome to post your questions in the live chat box of YouTube or Facebook, and we will take on the most relevant questions in the Q&A session. Well then, let us get the ball rolling with the inaugural session. Before moving on to the inaugural session, I would like to highlight the profile of Vice Admiral Puneet Kumar Bahel, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy. Vice Admiral Puneet Kumar Bahel was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st of July 1984. An alumnus of NTA Khadakwasla has undertaken the staff course at DSSC Wellington and the Naval High Command course at the College of Naval Warfare, Mumbai. An experienced MR pilot, he has flown 6 different types of aircraft. His operational experience includes active participation in flying operations in Operation Tasha and Operation Vijay. His command tenures include the Guided Missile Frigate INS Betwa, Offshore Patrol Vessel INS Sujata, and INS Rajali, one of the premier strategic air bases of the country. He was also based at the Embassy of India in Tokyo from 2007 to 2010 as the Defense Attaché in Japan, with concurrent accreditation to the Republic of Korea, where he was instrumental in coordinating and facilitating a landmark joint declaration on security cooperation between India and Japan. Post-elevation to flag rank on January 2015, he has held the appointments of ACIDS at New Delhi, Flag Officer Commanding Goa Naval Area and Flag Officer Naval Aviation at Goa, Flag Officer Commanding Maharashtra Naval Area at Mumbai, Chief Staff Officer Training, HQSNC and Chief Instructor Navy, DSSC Wellington. He assumed the current assignment of Commandant INA on 27th of December 2021. The Flag Officer was awarded with Ati Vishishta Seva Medal in 2020, the Vishishta Seva Medal in 2015, a commendation by the Chief of Naval Staff in 2005, and the Latagne Medal at DSSC Wellington in 1998. I now invite Vice Admiral Puneet Kumar Bahel, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy for the opening address. Over to you, sir.
Admiral Hari Kumar, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of Naval Staff, distinguished speakers, flag officers, officers, trainees of Indian Naval Academy, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the 10th edition of the Dilli Sea Power Webinar 2023. Indian Naval Academy has come a long way since its inception and has grown to become an institution that we in the Navy and the nation at large can justifiably be proud of. It takes years of hard work and commitment to build institutions that go on to train, mentor, and produce future leaders of the service. We are mindful of the great responsibility bestowed on us and are confident that our collective efforts will go a long way in providing high-quality technical and professional military education to the future naval leaders. The Indian Naval Academy is blessed with a 7 kilometers coastline overlooking the Arabian Sea. The historic Mount Dilli, which provides the majestic backdrop for INA, has been an important navigational landmark for ancient mariners. It finds mention in the logbooks of the Arabs, British, Dutch, and Portuguese seafarers. It is from this historical significance that the idea emerged of naming Indian Naval Academy annual seminar as the Dilli series SEPA seminar. The seminar, ladies and gentlemen, is conducted every year to provide young officers and trainees at INA with an overview on matters of strategic, national, and maritime importance. The theme of the webinar this year is Role of SEPA in Shaping Nations, and it will weave across 4 sub-themes over 2 days. We are indeed privileged to have participation by a very eminent and highly respected panel of subject matter experts. The keynote address by CNS and the invitational talk by Admiral Arun Prakash will set the tone and tenor for the upcoming intellectual discourse. The webinar will cover a lot of ground, and I will briefly attempt to highlight some of the topics that will be covered under its ambit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the annals of history, sea power has played a pivotal role in shaping the destiny of nations. From ancient seafaring civilizations to the modern maritime powers, the ability to project power across the oceans has been instrumental in determining the rise and fall of empires. The use of rudimentary rafts for fishing and coastal navigation in 3000 BCE led to the development of sail ships by Egyptians and large wooden vessels by Phoenicians. The Romans, Vikings, Arabs, and the Chinese empires also made significant contribution in the maritime sphere over a millennium and a half of seafaring. Sea power has also played an essential role in India's history and development, right from the times of the Indus Valley civilization that thrived 5,000 years ago. You may recall that the Cholas had a very powerful navy that controlled the seas and dominated the maritime trade routes of the Indian Ocean during the early part of the last millennium. The valor and the acumen displayed by the legendary naval admirals Kunjali Marakas and Kanhoji Angre of Zamorin and Maratha navies, respectively, is common folklore today. The advent of the Industrial Revolution in the 17th century brought in progressive infusion of technology that transformed the navies of yore to the shape, size, and formidable lethality that we are witnessing today. Naval powers emerged as pioneers in navigation, shipbuilding, and exploration. Seafarers ventured into uncharted waters, discovering continents and establishing trade routes that transformed the world. The development of naval forces also led to honing of doctrinal, strategic, and tactical thought. Great maritime strategists like Alfred Thayer Mahan, Sir Julian Corbett, and Admiral Sergei Gorshkov postulated guiding doctrinal principles that greatly influenced naval thinking and policies in the late 19th and 20th centuries. Given its vast coastline and EEZ, India has enormous potential for the development of its blue economy, particularly in sectors such as fisheries, shipping, ports, and tourism. Towards this, the Indian government has launched several initiatives, including the Sagarmala program. India also has a significant potential for the development of marine resources like renewable energy, minerals, and biotechnology research. Further, India's island territories are located astride major shipping routes, and therefore they provide the strategic advantage from point of view of security and projecting our benign and cooperative influence in the region. These islands are also a major source of harnessing our blue economy under the ambit of the Island Development Authority. They provide an excellent opportunity for the development of deep water ports and major transshipment hub for container traffic. Now, coming to the Arctic and Antarctic regions, these are, as we know, two of the world's most remote and inhospitable areas. However, they hold enormous economic potential and are therefore gaining increasing salience in geopolitical terms. As a rising power, India could benefit from the development of new energy resources in the Arctic, and the region's shipping routes could also provide new opportunities for Indian trade and investment. India has a growing research presence in Antarctica and has been expanding its engagement with the Arctic Council. The oceans, with their abundant resources that offer vast opportunities for economic growth and sustainable development, are already witnessing a race for these assets. The need of the moment, therefore, would be to avoid contestation and conflict at sea through recourse to rules-based approach to the management of oceans. Additionally, economic exploitation of the ocean resources would need to be balanced with environmental preservation through collaborative efforts. Here, the importance of legal regimes related to the sea, including UNCLOS, UN enactments, IMO, and Geneva-mandated conventions and agreements can never be understated. The laws of the armed conflict, also known as international humanitarian law, regulate the conduct of armed conflicts with the primary goal of protecting civilians and non-combatants, and also to limit the effects of the conflict. The San Remo Manual on International Law applicable to armed conflicts at sea is a document that provides guidance on the application of IHL to naval operation and needs to be understood by all practitioners at sea. Piracy, armed robbery, terrorism, and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing are all major threats to maritime security and stability, and are subject to various legal regimes and international agreements. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and the International Maritime Organization, IMO for short, have developed a number of legal instruments to address issues, though limitations remain. Many states have also established laws and regulations to address these issues in individual and cooperative modes. Now, cooperative maritime domain awareness is a concept that involves sharing of information and intelligence among stakeholders to improve situational awareness and enhance maritime security. India's engagement in the IOR involves strengthening of these cooperative initiatives, promoting greater economic integration, connectivity, and enhancing maritime security in the region. India is a founding member of Indian Ocean Rim Association and has also launched the policy initiatives of SAGAR, which is Security and Growth for All in the Region, Project MOSSAM, Act East, Link West, Forum for Indo-Pacific Cooperation, and the Asia-Pacific Growth Corridor. India is also a part of Quad and engages actively with ASEAN. Coming to PLA Navy, its increasing budget and growing capabilities have significant implications for the security dynamics in the Indo-Pacific region. China's military buildup and assertiveness have raised concerns about territorial disputes, maritime security, regional balance of power, and economic disruption. It has emboldened China's territorial claims in South China Sea and Taiwan Straits, leading to increased tensions with neighboring countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we express our gratitude to all the authors for submission of a large number of well-researched and high-quality professional papers for this webinar. We would have preferred to present the entire collection. However, due to paucity of time, a few have been selected for the webinar today. Finally, we look forward to enriching and illuminating deliberations over the next 2 days. I'm sure that all the young trainees and officers who are the target audience of the webinar will benefit immensely from the vast knowledge and perspectives of the speakers and get to understand the finer nuances associated with the role of sea power in shaping the destiny of nations. Thank you. Jai Hind. Samnavara.
Thank you, sir. The keynote address of a webinar sets the tone and benchmark for the talks to follow, and thus it is imperative that a person of requisite eminence, stature, experience, and wisdom does the honors. We are fortunate and privileged that the Chief of the Naval Staff himself has consented to be the chief guest and deliver the keynote today. Admiral R. Hari Kumar, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Vishishta Seva Medal, ADC, an alumnus of the 61st course of the National Defense Academy, is specialized in gunnery and has served as the Fleet Gunnery Officer of the Western Fleet. The Admiral holds a master's degree from King's College, London, an MPhil from Mumbai University, and has attended courses at the US Naval War College, Rhode Island, and the Royal College of Defense Studies, London. The Admiral's illustrious career includes command of various Indian Navy ships, including the carrier INS Virat, and as the naval advisor to the government of Seychelles. He has held many prestigious flag appointments, including Flag Officer Sea Training and Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command. The Admiral was awarded the Vishishta Seva Medal in 2010, the Ati Vishishta Seva Medal in 2016, and the Param Vishishta Seva Medal in 2021. Admiral R. Hari Kumar currently serves as the 25th Chief of the Naval Staff. Without further ado, please welcome the Chief of the Naval Staff for the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Vice Admiral P.K. Bahl, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, distinguished guests, moderators, panel members, seminar participants, officer trainees, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to all of you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to address the future leadership of the Navy. And I would like to thank Vice Admiral Bahl, Commandant, for the opportunity once again to deliver this keynote address for the Dilli series CPOW webinar. This seminar aptly reflects what Mount Dilli Lighthouse has stood for nearly 45 years, guiding seafarers in their journey across the emptiness of the vast ocean. Similarly, the Dilli series seminar has been shedding light on the inquisitive and incisive young minds at the leadership cradle of the Navy for the last 10 years. So not surprisingly, the previous editions of the seminar have seen an eclectic mixture of eminent personalities and speakers, both from the uniform and the civil world, covering a wide range of issues and topics that directly affect the maritime domain. So what makes this webinar different from many other such events is the participation of our young officer trainees. So their unbridled energy, enthusiasm, and eager-eyed attention adds a distinct charm and further credibility to this intellectual exercise. I must admit that interacting with you through a pre-recorded message to some extent restricts my communication. But notwithstanding the limitations imposed by my virtual presence, I will attempt to clear your thoughts on what this seminar is all about and why it is important for all of us. So let me begin by answering the second question first, so not far from here, in the port city of Kozhikode, arrived an explorer in the summer of 1498. He was from Portugal, a country so far off that it would take months to reach here through the seas. And upon his arrival, all that he sought from the Zamorin's, the 15th century rulers of the land where we sit today, was just a permission to trade, which was duly granted. And this unassuming explorer rightly guessed by many of you, was Vasco da Gama, who reached Bharat with a squadron of just 3 ships. And soon enough, Vasco was followed by Portuguese military commander Pedro Alvarez Cabral, and later the Portuguese admiral and statesman Alfonso de Albuquerque, who arrived here with a full fleet of Portuguese ships. What transpired afterwards is well known to all of us, and as the renowned American strategist J.C. Sherman rightly said, it was not the advantages of modernization or political system or weaponry, but the Europeans' ability to control the seas that helped them gain mastery in India as well as in entire Asia. So the sustained barrage of naval firepower propelled European powers in establishing themselves, not only in Bharat, but in the Indian Ocean region as a whole. And they thereafter remained here for centuries. In fact, the Portuguese came before the British and left 14 years after them. And incidentally and rightfully, Bharatiya Nausena played a major role in liberating the last Portuguese bastion in Goa. In a nutshell, I would say that the Europeans utilized sea power to influence political affairs and shape the destiny of Bharat, a land thousands of miles away from their home. So this, my dear officer trainees, is the capability of sea power in shaping nations, and I am confident that this seminar will further strengthen our resolve to remain a credible global maritime power. Then why do we need land power, or in simple terms, an army? Historically, there was always a tussle between the sea power and land power, or in other words, a choice between maritime and continental mindsets. So while sea power stems from and is directed against the land power, the latter would be ineffective without an adequate sea power complement, or even without a sea power propellant. It has been proven time and again that nations who have balanced these two aspects have gone on to become superpowers. Be it the European powers between the 16th and the 19th centuries, or Imperial Japan during the initial half of the last century, or the United States since the end of Second World War. So today we are witnessing the rise of yet another naval power, one of our neighbors, modernizing its fleet at an alarmingly fast rate. And accordingly, there's a growing recognition within our own country that our destiny will also be shaped by the seas in the immediate neighborhood and beyond. So having highlighted the importance of sea power, let me briefly touch upon the origin and development of sea power in our own country. So India, that is Bharat, boasts of a very rich maritime past with an unbroken seafaring history of over 6,000 years. And while our initial maritime pursuits were aimed at establishing trade and commerce, these linkages serve to build cultural exchanges that later manifested into shared values, traditions, languages, arts, and practically every aspect of life. So these maritime activities, spanning from Greece, Rome, and Africa in the west to China, Japan, and the Pacific Islands in the east, fostered commerce, communication, and civilization linkages, propelling Bharat's growth for centuries. However, in the context of sea power, it was the medieval Chola Empire that epitomized the intrinsic linkage between economy and security. The Chola kingdom's export-based economy, driven by maritime trade, was ably supported and protected by its navy, enabling a thriving maritime connection between the Chola Mandala, or the Coromandel coast, and Suvarna Bhumi, or Southeast Asia. This symbiotic relation between economic power and maritime power, established and exercised by the Cholas in the 10th and 11th centuries, could be viewed as an apt example of the maritime virtuous cycle articulated by the American strategist Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan in the 19th century. Similarly, the 17th century Maratha ruler Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj realized the importance of the seas and initiated a policy of naval expansion despite having only continental enemies at that point of time. And as a result, the Maratha Navy grew into a formidable naval force, fighting valiantly against the Portuguese and British dominance along the Konkan coast. So in doing so, they were guided by Shivaji's ideals of Jalameva Yasya, Balameva Tasya. That is, one who controls the seas is all powerful. However, by the end of Shivaji's rule, the control of the seas had already passed to the European powers. So what followed was, of course, one of the darkest periods in our history, resulting in centuries of subjugation and suppression that reduced us into a mere resource for plunder. And as a result, Bharat's contribution to global GDP fell from a staggering 27% in 1700 CE to mere 3% by 1947. Therefore, Sardar K. M. Panikkar is quite right in saying that India never lost her independence till she lost the command of the sea in the first decade of the 16th century. In that context, our maritime history is not a relic of the past, but a guiding beacon in navigating the track ahead of us to be a developed country by the 100th year of independence, that is 2047. So as a fitting tribute to Chhatrapati Shivaji's visionary thinking, the Indian Naval Ensign now draws inspiration from his Rajmudra, reminding us to remain strong at sea to be effective on land. Towards crystallizing the idea of sea power, I would like to quote Colin Gray, who said that sea power is the ability to use the seas and oceans for military or commercial purposes and to preclude an enemy from the same. And going by this definition, it is amply clear that oceans were and will continue to remain the playfield for nations to exert influence and shape events over land. However, certain unique attributes of oceans necessitate nations to harmonize their efforts towards addressing shared challenges and fostering mutual progress and prosperity. Contrary to land domain, the oceans are largely uncontrolled, unowned and ungoverned, as well as unregulated. Uncontrolled because nearly 70% of the earth is oceans and 85% of the nation states have access to the seas, and yet its fluidity means that no one nation can seize, hold or occupy these waters. Unowned and ungoverned because only about 5% of the seas, being territorial waters, fall under the purview of the laws of the land. The balance 95% are free for use by all. Unregulated because their vastness, accompanied by the tyranny of distance, means that the seas cannot be organized or regulated to any significant distance from the shores of coastal states. So these characteristics in turn contribute to the maritime domain being free for all to access, navigate and utilize in pursuit of respective interests. And such an unfettered reach and access attracts a wide variety of actors to the sea, resulting in multitude of transnational challenges, or what we call as problems without passports. So these range from piracy and armed robbery, illegal human migration, drugs and arms trafficking, and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing at one end of the spectrum, to maritime terrorism and illegal proliferation of advanced technologies at the other end. So recently, the catastrophic impacts of climate change and extreme weather events have added another dimension to this challenge. The scale, scope and complexity of these maritime issues demand an inherently collaborative approach between maritime powers. And in doing so, each nation brings certain unique capabilities to the table, be it expertise, geography, location, assets or resources. So there is a growing recognition among the global community that our ability to tackle future maritime challenges would depend on effectively synchronizing and synergizing respective capabilities towards building a credible collective sea power. In that context, sea power extends beyond the contours of maritime military power to exploitation of oceanic and sea resources for all its legitimate commercial purposes. For an aspirational growing power like Bharat, this aspect gains greater salience today than ever before. With a blessed maritime geography straddling key international shipping lanes, we are once again looking back to the seas for our growth and prosperity. So be it maritime trade, exploitation of resources, or connectivity, or cultural exchange, today we have a clear vision, well-conceived policies and plans, and a matured maritime infrastructure to leverage the economic potential offered by the seas. Such a maritime-based economy, or commonly known as the blue economy, would demand proportional maritime military power to ensure unhindered economic progress and prosperity. After all, this self-sustaining maritime virtuous cycle has been the unique attribute of all major sea powers and in turn economic superpowers. Thus, sea power not only shapes the political and military affairs of a nation, but also influences their economy by providing effective means to conduct trade and commerce in favorable terms. In the words of Admiral James Stavridis, as a mariner, whether you are sailing on a yacht, merchant vessel, or a warship, you are always seeing the same view, the same endless ocean that Alexander the Great saw centuries ago. So this unbroken history of seafaring has been enabled by another crucial element of sea power, the rules and regulations governing the maritime domain. Realizing the importance of seas and oceans to humankind, there have been consistent efforts towards ensuring good order at sea through various legal provisions and universally accepted norms, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. However, inherent ambiguities and differing interpretations have enabled certain regimes like the Chinese Communist Party to exploit them for selfish interests. In that context, sea power as an integral instrument of national power provides an ideal tool to deter, deny, or deal with such players. Here again, Bharat has been and will continue to be a guiding beacon to the world towards the responsible and legitimate utilization of sea power. Our civilizational ethos of pluralism, coexistence, openness, dialogue, and respect for rule of the law were aptly reflected when we gracefully accepted the landmark decision by the International Court of Justice concerning a disputed area in the Bay of Bengal, which gave our neighbor access to a larger sea area. So such examples set a precedence for resolving future disputes and serve to strengthen the bond between maritime neighbors. So while I have attempted to touch upon various aspects of sea power, I must admit that what I have covered so far is only the tip of the iceberg, because the concept of sea power itself is as vast and as deep as the oceans. And I'm sure that you will get to hear more about sea power and its importance for our nation from the illustrious speakers during this seminar. At the same time, it is equally important for you to understand how Bharatiya Nausena is contributing towards the comprehensive sea power of our country. Our understanding of sea power and various doctrinal aspects espoused have been reflected in the Indian Maritime Doctrine. Here, we have widened the scope of sea power by defining it as the ability of a nation to use the seas to safeguard and progress its national interests, and have accordingly adopted the contemporary term maritime power instead of sea power. Similarly, ensuring secure seas, or the Indian Maritime Security Strategy, or IMSS, provides the strategic direction and guidance towards the growth, development and deployment of Bharatiya Nausena in exercising Bharat's maritime power. Aptly titled IMSS provides various strategies for ensuring a safe and secure maritime domain towards protecting, promoting, pursuing and preserving our national interests. So these two documents, that is the Indian Maritime Doctrine and the Indian Maritime Security Strategy are the capstone documents of a Navy. So do read and absorb. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, to my mind, reading is the only way before us to open our minds, think differently, and unlock the sea of imaginations. I would urge you to inculcate the habit of reading, as books can act as great mentors for free or very little cost. You would have heard the old adage that knowledge is power, and knowledge obviously comes by reading. So read anything and everything that you find interesting. As Mark Twain has put it rightly, a person who won't read has no advantage over a person who can't read. So in the context of this seminar, in addition to two strategic publications, which I mentioned earlier, some of the books I would recommend you to read are India and the Indian Ocean, an essay on the influence of sea power on Indian history by Sardar K. Panikkar, The Ocean of Churn by Sanjeev Sanyal, India That is Bharat by J. Sai Deepak, To Rule the Waves by Bruce D. Jones, A Splendid Exchange by W.J. Bernstein, 7 editions of naval history publications covering the period from 1945 to 2021. So I leave you all with these thoughts and hope that you will always find time to read. So before I conclude, finally, my compliments once again to the Commandant and his team for organizing this webinar. Let me assure you that even though remotely, I'll be following the webinar very closely and look forward to enriching lectures by the illustrious speakers. I wish the webinar a resounding success, and I'm sure that the young and brilliant minds at the Academy will ask many questions to quench their thirst for more knowledge. So thank you, Jai Hind and Shanno Varan.
Thank you, sir. Your address has aptly presented the entire canvas of this vast theme to the audience, and I'm sure viewers are suitably attuned to hearing the myriad talks to follow over the next 2 days and the discussions that will undoubtedly ensue. Now we have Admiral Arun Prakash, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Veer Chakra, Vishishta Seva Medal, retired, for an invitational talk. Sir has served as India's 18th Chief of the Naval Staff and retired in October 2006. A naval aviator by specialization, he commanded a carrier-borne fighter squadron, a naval air station, and 4 warships, including the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He has logged over 2,500 hours on fighters, patrol aircraft, and helicopters. In flag rank, he commanded the Eastern Fleet, the National Defence Academy, and the Western Naval Command. In 2001, he was designated the first CNC of the Andaman and Nicobar Joint Command in Port Blair. In staff appointments, he headed the Navy's aviation and personnel branches and served as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. During his tenure as Chief, many initiatives were launched in the fields of doctrine, strategy, foreign maritime cooperation, and indigenization. He is a graduate of the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School, the Defense Officer Staff College, and the US Naval War College. During the 1971 war, he was awarded the Veer Chakra for gallantry, while flying with an Indian Air Force fighter bomber squadron. Post-retirement, he served 2 terms as a member of the National Security Advisory Board and was chairman of the National Maritime Foundation. Currently, he occupies a distinguished chair in the Naval War College, Goa. He writes and speaks on strategic and defense-related topics and has published a compendium of speeches and writings titled From the Crow's Nest. I would now welcome Admiral Arun Prakash for the invitational talk. Over to you, sir.
Commandant INA, members of the staff, cadets and midshipmen, I am delighted to have the opportunity of speaking to the future leadership of our Navy, which is at the cutting edge of India's maritime power. As the cream of India's youth, I commend each one of you for your excellent judgment in choosing an honorable, exciting and challenging career in one of the finest navies of the world. On the occasion of the 10th edition of the annual Dilli series CPAR seminars, let me compliment the Academy for having instituted and nurtured this laudable endeavor. It evokes a sense of historical curiosity, acquaints our future naval leaders of their precious maritime legacy, and above all, it will ensure that they learn the right lessons from our history. The theme for this year's Dilli seminar, which focuses on the role of sea power in shaping nations, is particularly apt for this juncture. I say this because the seas have not only played a most significant role in India's past, but will continue to have economic, geopolitical, and security implications for what we hope is a glorious future ahead of India. I'm going to talk for the next half an hour or so about sea power as the arbiter of destinies, past and future. I hope it will whet your appetites for the rich intellectual fare that follows over the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that Western man first began to use the open seas in the Mediterranean basin. The appearance of trade gave rise to piracy as well as clashes between rival traders, and inevitably led to the evolution of fighting ships. Thus, navies came into being to protect commerce, and the early history of sea power, according to the West, is largely an account of rivalries resulting from conflicting commercial interests. According to this narrative, the first seafaring people were the Phoenicians, inhabitants of present-day Lebanon, who established a vast trading empire across the Mediterranean. They were followed by the Greeks, Romans, and Carthaginians, who also developed powerful navies which they used to conquer and defend their empires. In the Middle Ages, the Vikings, expert sailers from Scandinavia, became the dominant sea power in Europe and used their ships for raiding, pirating, trading, and establishing colonies in England, Iceland, Greenland, and North America. At the close of the Middle Ages, certain advantages in shipbuilding, navigational techniques, and naval weaponry enabled European mariners, especially those from the Iberian Peninsula that contains Portugal and Spain, to venture further from their homelands into uncharted seas. In the words of British historian Paul Kennedy, he says, once the Iberian fleets had demonstrated the ease of conquest over others and the financial benefits to be gained, the race was on, with the Dutch, French, and English joining in a scramble for loot, trading links, and political advantage. The divine power of the popes was also enlisted in this competition. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI issued an edict which divided the New World between Spain and Portugal along a north-south line which ran through the Atlantic. It was on the basis of this edict that Alfonso de Albuquerque staked an exclusive claim to the Indian Ocean for King Emmanuel of Portugal. The discovery of sea routes across the Indian Ocean in the late 15th century made it for the next 500 years virtually a European monopoly where greedy trading nations rode roughshod over civilizations, cultures, and races in their quest for spices. Leaving the evolution of European sea power, if we turn to the east, we find that rarely do Western historical accounts make even a passing mention of the seafaring skills of ancient Indians, Arabs, and Chinese. Amongst the few Indian authors who have attempted to establish a historical narrative of India's maritime past is Sardar K.M. Panikkar, a diplomat, a visionary and historian who had roots in Kerala. Panikkar strongly contradicts the conventional Western wisdom that the origin of ancient seafaring has its roots in the Mediterranean. According to him, for geophysical reasons, namely the winds that accompany the cyclic southwest and northeast monsoons, it was the lands washed by the Arabian Sea, that is where all of you live today, which saw the world's first oceanic sailing activity. Panikkar clinched his extensive arguments by stating, he said, millenniums before Columbus sailed the Atlantic, and Magellan crossed the Pacific, the Indian Ocean had become a thoroughfare of commercial and cultural traffic. The existence of thriving Hindu kingdoms right across Siam, Kampuchea, Java, Sumatra, and Bali, which are collectively known as Swarna Bhumi in Sanskrit, during the 3rd and 4th centuries is still vividly evident in their art, culture, and folklore. This shows that South Indian ruling dynasties like the Satavahanas, the Pandyas, and the powerful Cholas maintained colonies in Southeast Asia and sustained close links through seaborne traffic for at least 700 to 800 years, if not longer. And these contacts were maintained by intrepid Indian sailors and merchant men. From the 5th to the 10th century, the command of the eastern waters and Malacca Straits passed into the hands of a great sea power known as the Srivijaya Empire, based in Sumatra. The Srivijayas retained mastery over their surrounding waters through a powerful navy. But in 1007 AD, the Indian Emperor Rajendra Chola sent out a powerful fleet and challenged the Srivijayas. The ensuing 100-year struggle weakened both empires and heralded the end of Hindu sea power in this region. During the 12th and 13th centuries, Turkic and Pashtun hordes poured down the northwestern mountain passes to conquer the rich plains of North India. Raised in Central Asia, our new rulers had never seen the sea and knew more about stirrups and saddles than about sailing. India's sea power gradually withered, and oceanic trade in the Indian seas passed into the hands of the Arabs. So, when the Portuguese adventurer Vasco da Gama arrived off Calicut in 1498, the Sultanate of Delhi was ruled by the Afghan Lodi dynasty, while southern India was divided between the Bahmani and the Vijayanagaram kingdoms. None of them were unfortunately blessed with a maritime vision, much less a navy. The only bright spot on the maritime horizon were the Samudri or Zamarins of Calicut, who maintained a small naval force commanded by a succession of able and intrepid sea captains of the Marakar navigator clan. Soon after Vasco da Gama's arrival at the port of Calicut, open naval conflict broke out between the European interlopers and the Zamarins fleet. For the next 90 years, this coastal navy battled the better armed Portuguese up and down the coast and finally chased them out of Malabar waters. Barely a century after Vasco da Gama's arrival, the British East India Company had won trading rights on India's west coast. The British were followed by the Dutch, the French, and briefly by the Danes, all of whom tried to establish footholds on the subcontinent. By the beginning of the 18th century, the Mughal Empire was in decline, and 4 protagonists emerged in the struggle for supremacy in India. They were the Marathas on the Deccan Plateau, Hyder Ali, the ruler of Mysore, the British, and the French. The Marathas clearly foresaw that control of the seas would be critical in the forthcoming conflict. In Sarkhel, or Admiral Kanoji Angre, they found an outstanding sailor and visionary to head their navy. Sarkhel Angre set about creating a fleet and constructing a chain of coastal forts along the Konkan coast. By the beginning of the 18th century, Kanoji Angre controlled Maratha territorial waters and prevailed over the British, the Dutch, and Portuguese at sea. The Maratha Navy, however, went into terminal decline by the early 19th century, marking the end of indigenous sea power. The first theory of sea power, ladies and gentlemen, was put forth by the American Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan in 1890 in his book, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. This book must be in your library. Do get hold of it one day and go through it. Mahan argued that sea power is essential for a nation to achieve great power status. He identified certain factors as essential for sea power. They included a strong navy, a powerful merchant marine, a well-developed shipbuilding industry, a secure maritime supply line, and a favorable strategic situation, most of which India does have. Countries which grasped the significance of sea power nurtured large merchant fleets, created strong navies, and acquired overseas bases. They were able to freely undertake trade and send armies across stretches of water when required, while preventing rivals from making use of the seas. Once again, according to historian Paul Kennedy, he says, Western European princes and merchants had the will to expand, and they developed superior means with which to crush any opposition. The motives for European expansion were a mixture of politics, economics, and religious fervor. Now, looking inwards, Indian princes and merchants of that era, notwithstanding their rich maritime heritage, obviously failed to grasp the significance of sea power. They neither built strong naval forces nor encouraged long-range oceanic enterprises. Largely because of this maritime myopia, India rendered itself vulnerable to ingress from seawards and fell victim to European intruders. They came in the guise of traders, but stayed on to conquer, to rule, and to exploit us. Now, in the Eastern world, there were neither formal doctrines nor restrictions on freedom of the seas. The rights of navigation, shipping, and trade were universally recognized in the Indian Ocean as well as other Asian seas. On the other hand, the attitude of Western seafaring nations towards the sea had always remained ambivalent. While paying lip service to the concept of freedom of the seas, these nations devised rules and laws to suit their own self-interest and to bolster their economic prosperity. Let us take a look at some legal aspects of sea power. The principle that the sea was international territory and that all nations were free to use it for seafaring trade was formalized for the first time by Dutch jurist Hugo Grotius. In order to break up trade monopolies of other nations through its own navy and then to establish its own exclusive control, he proposed the concept of mare liberum, which is Latin for free seas, in 1609. Grotius evolved a formal convention wherein a nation's rights existed only within a specified belt of sea, which was usually up to cannon shot range. In those days, cannon fired only up to 2 or 3 miles. So this was 3 nautical miles. All waters beyond 3 nautical miles were declared international waters. They were free to all and belonging to none. Freedom of the seas, however, tended to worry the British, who were across the channel from Holland, because it conflicted with the fishing rights that they had traditionally exercised in neighboring waters. So, John Selden, an English jurist, therefore wrote a rejoinder to Hugo Grotius, propounding the opposing concept of mare closum, or closed sea. This was a dogma that was upheld by the British for the next couple of centuries because it suited their interests at that particular time. Demonstrating blatant international double standards, Britain reversed this stance after defeating Napoleon in 1815. Abandoning the earlier thesis of a closed sea, Britain revived once again the old concept of freedom of the seas to suit its own rise in world eminence. The Industrial Revolution had transformed Britain from a trading nation into the workshop of the world. It suited British interests to propagate the concept of free trade, whereby their own goods would find markets worldwide under the watchful eye of the Royal Navy. Deployment of warships required the strategic locations of maritime choke points, which could command the sea lanes of the world, should be in British hands. Accordingly, the British acquired bases in Singapore, in Ceylon, Mauritius, Seychelles, Aden, Cyprus, Malta, the Falklands, Fiji, and Hong Kong, almost girdling the globe. This ensured that the mutually supportive triangle of trade, of colonies, and sea control worked to British benefit. The presence of British naval forces in many cases through small gunboats in these strategic locations strengthened its ability to influence events worldwide, with consequent economic spin-offs. Herein lies, ladies and gentlemen, the origin of the phrase gunboat diplomacy, which you will hear if you haven't heard it already. Admiral Mahan had said in 1890, war has ceased to be the natural or even normal condition of nations, and military considerations are merely accessory and subordinate to the other great interests, which are economic and commercial. So let's talk about some maritime issues which have economic and commercial considerations. The world's finite land resources are coming under stress, and with the advancing technologies, it seems logical that we should be turning to the oceans for meeting our sustainable developmental needs, including energy, which can come from wind, wave, and tidal resources. Gainful exploitation of oceanic resources, or what is being termed the blue economy, requires funding and technologies which are beyond the means of most nations and will call for multinational synergy and cooperation. The concept of a blue economy envisages the integration of ocean development with principles of social inclusion, of environmental sustainability, and innovative business models. After all, it must be economically profitable. The current emphasis is on fisheries and aquaculture, on maritime tourism, on renewable ocean energy, ports, shipping, and seabed exploration. Indian Ocean nations have made a strong case for blue economy as an important pillar of their national developmental strategies, and they all look expectantly at India for financial and technological support. The two critical requirements for progressing the blue economy are, firstly, the formulation of a comprehensive national strategy for maritime development, and secondly, the creation of an umbrella maritime organization which could synergize the endeavors of multiple government agencies which are involved in maritime issues. A positive step in this direction has been the institution of India's first National Maritime Security Coordinator, who is a retired Vice Admiral of the Indian Navy. But much more will need to be done if India is to exploit its blue economy to the fullest. Let me just mention the issue of climate change, which has serious bearings on maritime security. While the political discourse on this issue may differ from scientific arguments, a few facts remain irrefutable, and you must take note of them. The Earth is warming, and fossil fuel emissions have accelerated climate change to unprecedented levels. Consequently, the Arctic is melting, sea levels are rising, and weather events are becoming more intense, as we see every day in front of our eyes. Turbulence in the oceanic domain will have two major implications. Firstly, in a world where only 20% of the population is consuming 80% of its finite resources, mankind's increasing dependence on the oceans and undersea resources will become hostage to uncertainty. Secondly, rising sea levels will lead to mass migration from low-lying regions and island nations, leading to social upheavals and demographic crises. Coming closer home, let's see what are India's maritime interests that require sea power for their protection. Now, among the 120,000 merchant ships that transit the Indian Ocean every year with a cargo worth $1 trillion, there are ships which bear 95% of India's trade and over 80% of our oil and gas, making the security of these sea lanes vital to our national growth and prosperity. India's foreign trade, which stood at less than 50 billion in the mid-1980s, had zoomed to 1.17 trillion in 2022, that is last year, and this, ladies and gentlemen, amounted to 35% of our GDP. In addition, we have 1,400 vessels, Indian flag vessels of about 20 million tons, and 200,000 Indian mariners, sailors, serve on ships of other nations. These are all going to be your responsibilities. While the strategic importance of the Indian Ocean region is self-evident, less well known is the fact that a large proportion of India's trade also transits through the South China Sea. The critical importance of a continuous and assured supply of energy resources such as oil, natural gas, and coal, excuse me, for a growing economy like ours cannot be overstated. With the limited production of all these, India would in a few years become the world's largest consumer and importer of energy. All of this being carried by ships across vulnerable sea lanes. Indian companies have acquired hydrocarbon drilling rights in the Pacific, right up to the Russian Far East. India's trading links, investments, and large diaspora now span an arc which extends from Siberia in the east to Africa and Middle East in the West. Any attempt to dominate waters of the Indian or Pacific Oceans would represent a grave threat to India's vital interests. A facet of the oceans which presents the prospect of unlimited wealth and prosperity, but does not attract adequate attention or funding, is undersea resources. India's exclusive economic zone, EEZ, of over 2.5 million square kilometers contains not only hydrocarbons, that is oil and gas, which we are extracting in limited quantities, but also enormous mineral resources in the form of polymetallic nodules, and perhaps we may even find rare earths like lithium down there. All this is lying a few kilometers underwater awaiting exploitation for want of advanced technology. The protection of not only India's maritime interests, but also the safety of international seaborne trade and commerce requires peace, tranquility, and good order at sea. It is therefore necessary to focus on conflict avoidance and the role that sea power can play in this conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, let's note that China, more than India, is reliant on the seas for its economic growth and has crafted a grand strategy based on a powerful navy to protect its seaborne trade and energy. In the early years of the last decade, China started making infrastructure investments in Indian Ocean ports as part of a coherent long-term strategy. With the subsequent launch of the Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, China has set up its first overseas military base in Djibouti on the Bab el-Mandeb on the Red Sea. It has also embarked upon an ambitious maritime agenda that will create a whole swath of geopolitical influence which runs right across the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, China has taken rapid strides towards attainment of its aim of becoming what it calls a great maritime power. China is today the world's leader in shipbuilding, and its shipyards are rapidly adding to its fleet of modern warships and submarines. While the PLA Navy has overtaken the US Navy in numbers, China also boasts of the world's largest Coast Guard, the largest merchant navy, and the largest ocean-going fishing fleet, which comes to our doorsteps to collect seafood for its large population. Given its past record, its growing economic and military strength, its revisionist outlook and recent declarations, China can be expected to push its influence in our region. A manifestation of China's belligerence is a campaign of cartographic aggression that it has mounted through the 9-dash line in the South China Sea and by showing parts of India as southern Tibet, what it calls southern Tibet. Other examples of Chinese intransigence are the illegal creation and militarization of artificial islands in the South China Sea and its contemptuous dismissal of UN arbitration on many sovereignty issues. In the adversarial Sino-Indian equation that is emerging, China's acute dependence on sea lanes that carry its vital trade and energy traffic will become a major strategic factor, and this is something all of you must keep in your minds. China's ambitious BRI vision relies on security of sea lanes and its seaborne commerce, which transits across 10 to 12,000 kilometers of Indian and Pacific Ocean waters. These are the waters that you're going to be sailing in your ships and submarines one of these days. If India were to deter a hegemonic China, it would need to keep all options open and choose the best course in its national interest. In this context, maritime forces can be deployed in two ways: to deter, coerce, or compel the adversary. Firstly, they can be used to wage trade warfare in an attempt to starve the enemy's industry, economy, or people. And secondly, they can be used to target the enemy's homeland by delivering weapons from the sea, from ships, from submarine, from aircraft, or by undertaking amphibious operations or inserting special forces. Of course, if you want to take the less risky and more agreeable option, that would be to undertake collaborative diplomacy and coalition building. By this, friends, allies, and neighbors can be won over to alter the balance of power in our region. The question then arises, is conflict inevitable in the Indo-Pacific, or can common challenges unite all of us? We've seen that China is deeply resentful of constructs like the Malabar exercise, the Quad, and the AUKUS. The AUKUS stands for Australia, UK, and US alliance. All of these are seen by China as attempts at containment to keep China bottled up and away from the seas. The best option to avoid conflict in the Indo-Pacific would be to create a regional accord, or what we would call in Hindi a Mahagathbandhan, in which major nations agree to share leadership through acceptance of each other's concerns and vital interests. It is obvious that the maritime domain provides the most fertile ground to seek such an objective of an alliance, and the common challenges that we all face at sea could actually become opportunities in this context. A few examples of areas where there is convergence of interests among nations of the Indo-Pacific are: one, the safety of international shipping as it passes through focal areas where it is vulnerable to piracy or maritime terrorism. Two, access to shared maritime domain awareness for maritime security. We have a large MDA facility, but it's not available to all nations. And lastly, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, especially for nations which have limited naval and air resources. It is perhaps time for a new and comprehensive regional maritime initiative which pools resources and creates synergies without antagonizing anyone. An Indo-Pacific maritime force and being could address multiple areas of mutual concern by not only safeguarding shipping, but also becoming the regional quick response force for humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and crisis response. Now, I'm coming to the end of my talk, but a question that lingers in the air must be addressed before I leave you. Does the Indian Ocean really belong to India? Historian Sardar K.M. Panikkar, whom I've quoted already, had declared in 1945. He said, "The interests of India in the Indian Ocean are different from those of other countries whose shores are washed by its waters. The peninsular nature of the country, with its extensive coastline and rich and fertile littoral, makes India entirely dependent on the Indian Ocean. Today, 1,000 years after the zenith of Chola sea power and 300 years after Kanoji Angre sailed the west coast in triumph, India's navy is on an ascendant path, and all of you are going to be part of it. The IOR is witnessing an Indian renaissance at sea. The great Indian peninsula, jutting 1,000 kilometers into the ocean, astride major shipping lanes with island territories on both seaboards, is ideally located to dominate shipping lanes that run from the Persian Gulf to the Malacca Strait. We as Indians may convince ourselves that we have special rights and privileges in the Indian Ocean because it is named after our country. But many of our neighbors may not think so. In fact, Beijing has declared that China can no longer accept the Indian Ocean as an ocean of the Indians. History shows that it was not us, but the Arabs who named this ocean as Bahar al-Hind, which translates into Indian Ocean. So, while we do not imagine that the Indian Ocean belongs to us, we cannot also afford to forget that India has vital interests here which need to be safeguarded, and that is going to be your duty in the future. The fact that it has taken a border confrontation in the Himalayas to bring focus on India's maritime domain indicates two things. Firstly, that the salience of sea power has not yet been fully understood by India's strategic elite. And secondly, that it is the Indian Ocean where India's instrument of sea power, which is the capable Indian Navy, is well placed to tilt the balance of power in its favor. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the last part of my talk. India's maritime security suffered neglect for generations because we clung to the belief that the mighty Himalayas would safeguard us, and despite 2 centuries of foreign domination, which was based on sea power, a continental mindset has continued to afflict us. It is only in the past 2 to 3 decades that certain factors have combined to bring about a maritime awakening, and our statesmen, our diplomats and bureaucrats have become conscious of the role of sea power as an instrument of state policy. Acquiring a powerful navy is no doubt vital for India's march towards major power status, and such a force is indeed becoming a reality, and you will be proud members of it soon. However, It is necessary for decision makers to understand that a navy by itself constitutes just one component of the country's sea power. Without the remaining constituents that include a large merchant navy, a comprehensive and capable shipbuilding industry, efficient ports and infrastructure, and an ocean-going fishing fleet, our aspirations to become a true maritime power will remain unfulfilled. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, that you are the future of India's sea power. While retaining a firm grasp of the ups and downs of our historic maritime past, you must look to the future with hope and courage. With the Indian Navy having assumed the mantle of preferred security partner, the Indo-Pacific is going to be your domain of responsibility in peace and your hunting ground in war. Whether you're engaged in benign, constabulary, diplomatic, or military roles, as future naval leaders, you must acquire as much knowledge of the Indo-Pacific and its inhabitants as you possibly can. Not only its hydrology, meteorology, and bathymetry, but also the role played by sea power in shaping the history of the Indian Ocean littorally. I have finished, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you a very happy and fruitful seminar ahead. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Your talk was informative, engaging, and thought-provoking, and has prepared the audience for the upcoming sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break at this juncture. Proceedings will resume at 1100 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are in the process of settling down, I would like to share that the webinar will be conducted over 4 sessions. The first 2 sessions will be conducted today, while the third and the fourth session will be conducted tomorrow. We shall now commence with the first session of the day, Historical Perspective on Development of Sea Power. This topic is very relevant to us, the cadets, and is quite pronounced. As future naval leaders, the shifting focus towards the Indian Ocean region and the changing political environment associated with it has much to do with us. So, it becomes crucial for us to listen to this topic from the point of view of great minds in the field like Professor Radhika Seshan, Rear Admiral S.Y. Srikhande, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, retired, and Dr. James Home. And to add to that, we will have the opportunity to pose our queries to these eminent personalities at the end of the session. Given the gravitas of the topic at hand and the eminence of the speaker, it is only befitting that the session is being moderated by Vice Admiral Anil Chopra, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, retired. Vice Admiral Anil Chopra is a distinguished veteran commissioned into the Indian Navy in 1975. Retired in 2015 after an illustrious career of 4 decades. His remarkable journey includes serving as Commander-in-Chief of both the Western Naval Command and the Eastern Naval Command, as well as the Chief of the Indian Coast Guard. Notably, he commanded the Western Fleet, aircraft carrier INS Virat, INS Rajput, a destroyer, and INS Kuthar, a missile corvette. As a strategic leader, he played key roles in shaping the Navy's long-term force structure, defense procurement procedure, and India's defense industrial base. Post-retirement, he became a prominent distinguished fellow at think tanks such as the Observer Research Foundation, the Vivekanand International Foundation, and the Center for Land Warfare Studies, actively contributing to geopolitical discussions worldwide. His academic journey includes degrees from renowned institutions and prestigious awards, including the Param Vishishta Seva Medal and Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, honoring his exceptional service to India. I'm sure you all must be eager to witness the first session chaired by Vice Admiral Anil Chopra. At this juncture, to formally commence the first session, I would like to hand over the virtual floor to Vice Admiral Anil Chopra. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone out there in cyberspace. I welcome all of you to this first session of the Delhi series webinars hosted by the Naval Academy and which is on the topic of the historical development of sea power. I've actually been invited to chair some other sessions, but I had specially requested that I be allowed to moderate the historical perspective. This is on account of my deep interest in the subject and the firm belief, strengthened over the years, that one can only make sense of the present or try and envisage the future only if one is thoroughly aware and understanding of the past. Therefore, it is my recommendation to young cadets and to everyone else that a lot yet has to be gained by looking at history in detail. The human historical record clearly underscores that sea power has had a very, should I say, has shaped the outcomes of geopolitical outcomes across the globe and across geographies from ancient times. The Greek victory at the Battle of Salamis and the defeat of Antony and Cleopatra at Actium only highlight that this disproportionate impact has been on since ancient times. I think no one will disagree that sea power continues to play a very important role in contemporary geopolitics and is likely to do so in the foreseeable future. Now, sea power is fundamental to both security and prosperity, and basically because it does not only address threats, but also furthers interests, and not only in wartime, but in crisis, and what today we have as a continuously contested peace, in which the global reach and even the regional reach of sea power can impact on the decisions of nations, non-state actors. Besides deterrence, offensive and expeditionary capability, sea power offers major economic and diplomatic advantage, since it is critical for the security and advancement of trade. Sir Walter Raleigh famously said, "For whosoever commands the sea commands the trade, and whosoever commands the trade commands the riches of the world, and consequently the world itself." Nations have thus always strived to possess sea power for many of these reasons. It is, however, an expensive proposition, and only economically sound and in fact rich nations can create navies and consequently sea power for any stretch of time. History actually, even just 500 years, the last 500 years, clearly brings out this sort of connect between sea power and great power on the global stage, or even regional power. And if you just look at from the 15th century onward, Spain and Portugal, arguably the first great powers, reached there because of their maritime innovations and explorations. With the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, Spanish economy and sea power declined, and so did the great power status. The vacuum was filled in by the British, which bested other rivals like France and the Dutch. And the Royal Navy bestowed upon Britain the power that it had at the height of the British Empire, as Britannia actually ruled the waves in that period of history. The vacuum created by the decline of British power in the 20th century, was of course filled in by the United States and after World War II by the Soviets, leading to great power status to the US and USSR during the Cold War. The recent rise of China has been coincident with the strengthening of the PLA Navy, and what we have seen in the last decade has been significantly shaped by this power that China has now achieved, though it still has a long way to go before it can impact outcomes globally. So then what exactly is sea power and how has it developed over the centuries? We have today with us three very distinguished speakers to speak to us on this subject. Let me begin the proceedings by briefly introducing our first speaker, Professor Radhika Seshan. Dr. Radhika Seshan graduated from the Lady Sri Ram College in Delhi, where she graduated with honors in history. She went on to complete her MA and her MPhil from Jawaharlal Nehru University. She was awarded her PhD at the University of Pune and worked in the Department of History at that university until she retired as professor and head of the department in 2019. She is now visiting faculty at the Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts in Pune. Her area of specialization is medieval Indian history, within which she has concentrated on economic history and especially maritime and urban history. She is an author of 3 books: Trade and Politics on the Coromandel Coast, Ideas and Institutions in Medieval India from the 8th to the 18th centuries, and The Construction of the East in Western Travel Narratives from 1300 to 1800. In addition, she's the editor and joint editor of 14 books, most recently Connecting the Indian Ocean World Across Sea and Land, and Merchants and Ports in the Indian Ocean Across Sea and Land. She is clearly thus eminently suited to speak to us on the origin and historical development of sea power from the 7th century before Christ to the 20th century. Professor, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Chopra, and my sincere thanks to the Naval Academy for inviting me here to talk on a topic which is actually very difficult for me to cover because, as you've just heard, I've been working on this area for a while. And so to pick and choose the areas, the parts that I talked about was actually the biggest part of the current exercise. Having said that, please excuse the skimming over of many, many centuries in between, because in order to be able to give you a survey, I have skimmed over a lot of details. I'd like to begin with continuing where Vice Admiral Chopra stopped, which is how do we define sea power? The term itself, sea power, dates back only to the late 19th century, and even more specifically to Alfred Thayer Mahan. In the late 19th century, he published a book entitled The Influence of Sea Power on History. For him, sea power was an enabling force which permitted Britain in particular to acquire mastery over much of the world. By and large, therefore, his concept of sea power, and something which continues till today, is that of military power exercised on and through the sea. Advocates of naval power in the 18th and 19th centuries largely believed that the navies have 2 major purposes: the protection of commerce and the acquisition of stations, colonies, and bases in different lands. While the idea of sea power developed in these centuries, it must be remembered that there is a very long history behind this idea itself. Barbarossa, famous and famously castigated as a pirate, was reported to have said, "He who rules on the sea will shortly rule over the land also." Hugo Grotius, one of the major thinkers on the concept of power at sea, his work on the Mare Liberum is yet another, which, while contesting Portugal's claim to monopoly of Asian waters, nevertheless tacitly implied the need to control the seas as a whole, so as to contain the land-based powers and vice versa. And in an article published in 1950, Alison Rippey said that Lord Stowell rejected England's claim to the exercise of jurisdiction beyond a Marine League from the British shore, basing his conclusion on two fundamental principles of public law. One, that there is perfect equality and entire independence of all distinct states, and two, that all nations being equal, all have an equal right to the uninterrupted use of unappropriated parts of the ocean for their navigation. Please note the last sentences, the uninterrupted use of unappropriated parts of the ocean. Implied in this last is the idea of competition over access to different parts of the world, both sea and land. But what I have talked about here is actually the beginning of any kind of research, any kind of understanding of history, which is historiography. Any history is based on this, which is, as I said, well, I haven't said, it is the history of history writing. In the global context for maritime history, we have to start with a work of the mid-20th century, the work of the great historian Fernand Braudel. Braudel wrote a work called The Mediterranean in the Age of Philip II, and as part of his work, he stated that it was impossible to talk of land alone because it was necessary to look at the influences of the oceans on land and sea. And he went on to say that the effect of the Mediterranean could be felt far inland in Europe and across much of North Africa. For the Indian Ocean world, the late Professor Michael Pearson asked how far inland should we go before we escape the smell of the ozone. And his answer was that in India, you could never escape the smell, because the lives of people were so intrinsically bound with the sea, even if indirectly, that it was impossible to escape the idea of the sea. Now, however, historiography, particularly in colonial times, tended to deny the relevance of water to Indian peoples and Indian land. It's key to one of the key components of colonial historiography has been the supposed indifference of Indians to the sea, and this was then touted as a reason for British success in India. How they came to this conclusion, given the extent of their competition, the competition that was offered to them through the 17th century and through part of the 18th century, is something that still baffles many of us. Given the size of the country, no doubt people were distant from it, but that does not mean that they were indifferent or unaware of it. And perhaps the clearest example of that is the use of salt in diet across the country. Salt in India is very rarely rock salt. We don't have very accessible rock salt mines. So all the salt that everybody used in the past has always been sea salt. So you knew that the sea existed, you knew that the salt came from the sea, and therefore you carried on from there. The sea was open to all in the sense that the access, power was not claimed over the sea. But in some ways, it remained peripheral to the lives of many Indians beyond especially in the Gangetic Plain of the north. Now, when nationalist responses to such perceptions began, some of the perceptions, the colonial statements were challenged, but the idea of sea being by and large unimportant was never seriously questioned, despite the fact that one of the prime scholars of South Indian history, Nilakant Shastri, pointed out the significance of the sea to the peninsular powers in general and to the Cholas in particular. Brodel had earlier argued that trade follows waterways that bring together the greatest variety of peoples, lands, and products. By this logic, the Indian Ocean world is perhaps the best placed, bringing together as it does West and East, as well as some of the most populated regions of the world. Historically, this is the Old World and includes, even today, some of the most populated regions of the world and some of the most linguistically diverse regions of the world. This is also a rich world in terms of products, both mineral and craft, and has always been one. Historiography, as it began to develop from the late 1970s, began to question all of the ideas that had existed until then about the sea. In 1980s, the late historian S. Arasratnam said that the Indian Ocean has begun to be seen as a valid focus for historical investigation. And it is a good thing for all of us that it has continued. Still, much of the research has remained restricted to the period between the 16th and the 18th centuries. One of the reasons is undoubtedly the availability of a multiplicity of sources for that period, because Dutch, English, French, Portuguese records for the period from between the 16th and the 18th century, and even later, are extensively available. And so we go into the idea of these maritime worlds and maritime connects. That is important for an understanding of the notion and the growth of sea power. Writing in 1945, the late Sardar K. Manikar said, "Till the arrival of the Portuguese at Calicut, no naval power had appeared in Indian waters." If we are going to look at naval power in specifically the European notion of sovereignty of the sea, the statement is absolutely correct. But if we are going to look at including the idea of the Navy being a manifestation of a nation state, then yes, it is absolutely correct. But if we are going to extend the notion of naval power to include the role of merchants and of princes who were concerned with the sea and of the protection of the coastline, then it is a very, very problematic statement. There are any number of instances of the ways in which one engaged with the sea in the past. So I'll go to the next part, which is the sources which enable us to look at sea power in history in the Indian Ocean. Now, to try and answer that question, let me first look at the ways in which the sea was approached in a range of sources. Mythology has a lot of references to the sea. We're all familiar with, for example, the idea of the Samudramanthan. And we're also familiar with the Matsya Avatar. We can't go further back in mythology than that. In a sense, both these can be seen as stories engaging with the sea. The former to get access to resources within water, and the latter as indicating the dangers that are ever present with uncontrolled water. Can we ask whether such mythologies indicate early ideas of contested spaces which include water? Maybe. I don't have an answer to that. It's just a question that I'm throwing out that perhaps we can think about a little bit more. If we move away from mythology into more documented textual sources, one of our earliest references comes from an inscription of the Mesopotamian ruler Sargon II, which dates back to 2000 BCE. In that, the inscription says that at his great port, which is probably the present-day port of Basra, ships came in from Meluha, Magan, and from Dilmun. Meluha, we know, is the term that referred to the Harappan civilization, so India. Magan is the area which is the southern Persian Gulf and up to probably Aden. Dilmun is the island of Bahrain. And so we've got shipping coming in from the Indus region to the Persian Gulf region. This was probably coastal navigation. It would not have been, at that point, deep sea navigation. But hugging the coast, it is possible to get from the mouth of the Indus right through till Basra. And that was probably navigation. The little later, we have Buddhist texts. And Buddhist texts talk of the importance of water. There is a one of the aspects of Buddhism which says that there are 9 dangers that are ever present in a human's life, which are natural dangers, and these are the ones that an individual needs to escape from in order to overcome all the problems of the material world. And one of those dangers is the danger of shipwreck. That the sea is uncontrollable, and the sea is that in which loss of life is very, very easy. And so, yet another version of the idea of the danger at sea. Linked to these of the sea itself as dangerous, but as necessary, there comes a text which comes to the Common Era, a text which is written in Latin, a mixture of Latin and Greek actually, and it dates to the period of the Roman Empire. Named the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, it is a detailed description of all the ports, particularly of the west coast of India, from the Red Sea right down to almost Kanyakumari. It is in this text that we find mention of places like Barigaza, which is the present-day town of Bharuch, as the British called it. They mention, there's a passing mention of Saimur, which is Chaul. There is also the mention of Muziris, which is believed to be the present-day immense archaeological site of Pattanam. This is not sea power, but the text definitely mentions instances of violence at sea, of violence associated with oceanic spaces. It says, for instance, that Nabatean control over the lucrative trade between the East and West was threatened by the rise of the port of Meos Hormuz, which is at the end of the Red Sea, at the northern end of the Red Sea. And so the Nabatean state resorted to attacks on ships at sea. This is our first instance in any source of state-sponsored violence launched through oceanic spaces. The same text goes on to mention that access to the port of Kalyan, today a suburb of Mumbai, was problematic for a few years as 2 land-based powers were fighting over control over the port. The 2 powers were the Chalukyas and the Kshatrapas, and both of them wanted access to the immense wealth that the Roman trade brought in, and so they wanted to dominate the port of Kalyan, which was seen as the most sheltered port for the arrival of ships from over long distances. We have instances also from Sangam poetry which talk of the great ships of the Yavanas coming in, bearing gold and wine, and taking back in exchange the textiles of the Coromandel. And these are mentioned as coming into probably the Pondicherry Arikamedu area. Today, the archaeological site of Arikamedu, which was one of the earliest that began to be excavated and which has thrown up the largest collection of Roman gold coins outside the Roman Empire, south of Pondicherry, is today being excavated as part of marine archaeology as well. And we have found remnants of old jetties, old wharves, and what seem to be iron anchors dating back to an earlier time. So there is a huge connection. There is, however, no particular access, no particular mention of any violence associated with the Bay of Bengal ports. For whatever reason, many of the episodes of violence, of battles, of naval battles are from the west coast of India rather than from the east coast of India. And so we come to epigraphic epigraphic sources. There is a record at Nashik which says that the Satvahana king of that time ruled over the lands that touched the three seas. This is the time then where we get the first mention of the terminology of Tri Samudra Pati, which becomes Tri Samudradipati, the ruler of the three oceans. In the 7th century, there is an inscription of the Chalukya king Mangalisa, who is reported to have crossed to the islands, it does not say which islands. He crossed to the islands by a bridge of boats, and he had an army that can then conquer all the islands. In the same century, there is the eulogy of Pulakeshin II, the Chalukya king, which says that he invaded and conquered the island of Puri Elephanta, and then made himself master of the three seas and having access to all the wealth of the three seas. Shilahara kings a little later of the Konkan, they prided themselves on defending the coast and on attacking the foreigners who came to their shores. Arab sources in fact talk of the Konkan coast as the Shilahara coast or occasionally the Rashtrakuta coast. So there is a very clear indication of a coast being dominated by one political power. Inscriptions from North Konkan, which date to the reign of to approximately the 10th century to the 12th century, portray a very, very active engagement with the sea. So there is one king who is said that he bathed in the Western Ocean at the holy place of Marut. He gifted a village one village on the coast to the temple. There's another which says that he donated land for maintenance of some specific rituals at the Somnath temple. And there are others which talk about a king of the Goa region who set out 3 times on a coastal pilgrimage to get to Somnath and managed to do it only the 3rd time, because the first time a cyclone hit, the second time the pirate attack was feared, and therefore he turned back twice to do it at the end. But what is significant in all of these inscriptions is that there is no question of going by land. It is taken for granted that all access is by the sea. 13th century, we have mention of a battle, the Battle of Aksar, off the coast of Borivali, which is declared to be a battle of the king against the pirates in order to make the sea safe for merchants. On the other side of the coast, we have what is called the Great Abhaya Sashana, the great edict of the king of the Mutpali region, who says that because of the traders who come great distances and who trade and bring wealth to their country, he gives them permission to rent houses in the port of Mutpali. 100 years later, the same inscription is renewed to say, we will give you permission also to buy houses and warehouses in order to store your goods against what happens later. Let us now move to something that today we are very, very familiar with, the Cholas. Today, everybody is talking about the Great Chola expedition to Srivijaya. It is believed that the ships that were used for this great expedition were built at Nagapattinam, and it is probable that the ships took the 10-degree channel to go across. However, it is also possible that it is maybe it is that they move slightly further south and go from Sri Lanka into the Straits of Malacca and then down to Kedah, which is what is defined as Qatar. What is significant over here is that there is a clear knowledge of the existence of sea routes and a familiarity with the sea routes. Now, this was not a naval expedition in the modern sense of the word. The soldiers went onto the ships, were ordered onto the ships, and then they went and they fought a land battle. But the combination of sea and land is something which is typical of an earlier period. While everybody talks of the Cholas and this expedition, it must be remembered that the Cholas had conquered much of the coastline from the land right up till Odisha, and only then did they embark on their sea voyages. And when they conquered Sri Lanka, they turned Sri Lanka into a province of the Chola Empire, indicating their understanding of the significance of Sri Lanka as the crossroads of the Indian Ocean world. Equally important are the Pandyas. The Pandyas, ruling from Madurai, have access very clearly to all three seas. They establish matrimonial relations with the Cheras, the coastal rulers of Malabar, also with the Sri Lankan rulers. And with Sri Lanka, at any rate, there seems to be a both competitive and a collaborative, because they're also as often as at war as they are engaged in some kind of diplomatic maneuvers. When the Cholas attacked the Pandyas, the Sri Lankan king sent troops to help the Pandya rulers against the Cholas. Wasn't very successful, and the end result was that Sri Lanka itself was captured, but nevertheless, there is this. What is significant in this is that in all the descriptions of the engagements with Sri Lanka, there is no mention whatsoever of having to use boats to get across to Sri Lanka. It's as though it is taken for granted that you have to go by both land and sea, and it's a matter of course. You don't need to bother talking about it. Now, these dimensions, what we could perhaps call early aspects of sea power, are very different from those of the later centuries. The coming of the Europeans changed both the nature of access and the perception of control over the sea. While in earlier times, control and access were seen in terms of getting to the lands at different points of the trading world of the Indian Ocean, with the sea being seen as conduit for this, the coming of the Europeans and the European notions of war at sea, as well as sovereignty of sea, change the access and the perception of the sea. And so what we have today is very much part of the European entry and European notions. The sea was now seen as the weapon and the arena in which first the worlds of trade were accessed, next conquered, and then monopolized, with monopoly over the sea being a prime factor. So in the 18th century, when we have the reactions to European power, the two prime examples of resistance to the Europeans took to the sea to challenge them. Kanhoji Angre, the Maratha admiral, by attacking shipping; Martanda Varma, who set up the Principality of Varma, by denying access to the production areas, by first defeating them on land and then patrolling the coastlines so that they were denied access again. Can all this be looked at as manifestations of sea power? The Srivijaya expedition, definitely. But the Sri Lanka connections are possibly more of connections between areas which just happened to be separated by water. It is this that we need to remember, that the sea was as much conduit as divider, and perhaps more the former than the latter in earlier centuries. Trade, diplomacy, religion were all ways of connecting the worlds of the Indian Ocean, and armed power was just one of the dimensions. As I said, it is only with the coming of the Europeans that things did begin to change. And again, as I said, we have the 18th century examples of Kanhoji Angre and Martanda Varma, who for the first time in India's history used European methods against the Europeans. Earlier, Queen Abaka of the Ikeri kingdom, the Canara coast, Karnataka coast, was reported to have gone to war against the Portuguese, the first to do so, but subsequently, there was more of a tendency to play off one European nation against the other. Crucial to the engagement prior to the 19th century was political control of Indian rulers over the production area. And so, sea power, however important and effective, did not really prevail over the entire landmass. For control of the land, even of the coast, was often enough to keep expansion from the sea in check. Sea power was linked to and maintained by control over the land. It is this last that we see in colonial times, when power over the land was affirmed by sovereignty over the seas, and then of seeing the sea as belonging to the land. Sea power, as it then developed, became a matter of affirming and validating this belonging through the colonial power or through the nation state, and then of the international acceptance of international maritime boundaries. From the 20th century, it is these aspects which have dominated the idea of power over and on the seas. It is interesting to note that in the late 20th and 21st centuries, we are going back in some ways to the earlier dimensions of sea power, so that while the strategic and state-driven concerns still remain of immense importance, there is also once again a greater emphasis on the seas for commerce, culture, and more generally, connected and connecting spaces. As I have been trying to say through this talk, the sea has historically been that which both connects and which separates. Both of these have led to contestations over the use of these spaces. Thank you. So you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so much for that analysis, especially of the Indian subcontinent in terms of maritime history and development. And we shall, of course, hopefully take up more of this in the Q&A session. With that, let me move on to our second speaker, Admiral Srikhande, who retired from the Navy in 2016. Welcome. Special welcome to you. In flag rank, he had headed naval intelligence, was Chief of Staff of Southern Naval Command, and served in both HQIDS and Strategic Forces Command. He is a postgraduate of the Soviet Naval War College in Sonar and Weapon Engineering, of the Indian Staff and Naval War Colleges, and of the US Naval War College, where he graduated with the highest distinction. He also commanded Indian naval ships Nishank, Kora, and Rajput in his time at sea. He has been rather busy since swallowing the anchor. He teaches strategy formulation, military history, operational art, force structuring, RMA, China, Indo-Pacific, Peloponnesian War, leadership and ethics in many civilian and military institutions. He's a member of the adjunct faculty of the Indian Navy's War College and the inaugural editor-in-chief of the Indian Naval Dispatch. He's participated in track 2 dialogues with a few countries in some national and international meetings. He's a senior fellow at Bankers in Australia and is studying a PhD in sea-based nuclear deterrence. Over to you, Admiral Srikhande.
The Commandant, Principal, all the faculty members, instructors, and cadets and midshipmen. It's truly a privilege and an honor for me to participate once again in the Dilli seminar, a seminar that has gathered so much steam and substance over the years, and I've been very proud to have been associated with helping the syllabus for the 4-year roll-on program of the Sea Power seminar. of the Dilli seminar. So it's truly a privilege and an honor for me to try and speak to you on this topic, which is India's search for a cogent maritime military strategy and the continuing relevance of Mahan and Corbett. Uh, I This was also coincidentally the subject of my MPhil thesis a few years ago, and what I found in my study of Mahan and Corbett is that they have remained at the foundation of strategic thinking without being prescriptive. They enable the theoretical foundations of strategy formulation. And even after that, in the last 8 years or so, since I had submitted my thesis, I've continued this study. And what happens is I've continued to find them increasingly useful. And one can now more critically see their work itself over not only their main books for which they became famous, but indeed their entire body of work. Next slide, please. If I could ask a rhetorical question, who is the smarter of the two? Most of you might say, you know, both would be important, and that would be right. Next slide, please. Would it not be better, of course, to consider them both as points of reference and points of departure, because they cannot be wholly right about everything, and they have still a lot to offer. So they have remained for all others who came after them as points of reference and departure, and that remains, I think, fundamentally true even today. And they complemented each other in many ways. In fact, they differed in their views in some matters, which actually force us to think harder about what is it that they were trying to say. And as a rough, suggestion, I would say that maybe 75 to 85% they had commonalities in their thinking, even if sometimes the language or the historical periods or the analogies that they used were different. And it's only about 10 or 15% that I would say that they differed somewhat, and within 2 or 3%, I think they differed radically. But they remained, as I mentioned, guides for our framework of strategy formulation, and there is a danger, therefore, of seeing them as prescriptive or criticizing them for not being prescriptive enough. And therefore, it is my suggestion to you all that usually adjectives like a Mahanian fleet, a Mahanian concept of operations, or a Corbettian force structuring, or a Corbettian strategy itself are somewhat inadequate ways of understanding them. And I don't think they use their own theories to be adjectivized as Mahanian or Corbettian. Next slide, please. When I was doing the course in the US, my classmates and professors, about 12 or 13 of my classmates and the two professors, when we were studying strategy and policy, found it quite amusing when I explained to them that in Hindi and in most Indian languages, Mahan means great. And that is why this is just a play on that, Mahan tusi great ho. But Mahan, was the subject of a whole lot of unjustified criticism, sometimes unquestioned praise, and uh, uh, some examples of that are on the screen for you, where the US Secretary of War in the Second World War, Colonel Henry Stimson, who of course was no admirer of US Navy, said that the US Navy was something of a creature where Neptune was God, Mahan is prophet, and the United States Navy the only true church. However, Paul Kennedy, who has written authoritative books like The Rise and Fall of British Naval Mastery, The Rise and Fall of Great Powers, and very recently, a wonderful book called Victory at Sea, reviewing the Second World War and its relevance. Paul Kennedy said that Mahan is and will always remain the point of reference and departure for any work upon sea power. One of his superiors, one of Mahan's superiors, had this criticism to offer, where he said, Mahan's interests are entirely outside the service, for which he cares but little, and is therefore not a good officer. His interests lie wholly in the direction of literary work and in no way connected with this service, which was quite unfair, but it did gather currency at that time. Next slide, please. This is the titles of one of the editions of his book. This is the book I have also. Uh, do notice that in this book that made him famous, he has looked at a period from 1660 to 1783. It does not cover anything beyond that, and and within this book, he's analyzed in a fairly interesting manner a lot of world events that were taking place that time, including the, the Anglo-French wars, the wars of peninsular India, and the interaction of the continental and maritime, and he's done a pretty good job over it. But the subtitle of this was 1660 to 1783. And we must also note that he modestly used the word the influence of sea power upon history. He did not say the decisiveness of sea power or the centrality of sea power. He was very clear on that, and that is something we must remember and admire. Next slide, please. Again, a little bit on Mahan. Jeffrey Till has said quite rightly, Mahan is very easy to interpret and oversimplify and has become the butt of much unjustified abuse. Admiral Gorshkov, who was the commander-in-chief of the Soviet Navy for almost 3 decades, did when he was asked by an American admiral that he himself, that is Gorshkov, sounded very Mahanian, Gorshkov replied two things. History does not know of a more hardier and ancient and hardier concept. And he said, and why not? The man was eminently sensible. However, one other superior of, then Captain Mahan wrote in his annual confidential report, which the Americans called a fitness report, and he said, and I quote, "It is not the business of naval officers to write books." So Mahan did, get a lot of more brickbats in his younger days than he got bouquets, which came in his later days. For many of us, Mahan is clearly more misquoted than quoted, and more dismissed than read, and more irrelevant than relevant. One of the famous misquotes of his that I've seen on many naval walls, no longer, because I had something to do with sort of convincing people that he actually did not say that, was when Mahan was reputed to have said that the future of the world will be decided on the waters of the Indian Ocean. He actually never said that, but it was a convenient quote to use on various walls of naval establishments. And I've asked friends from Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, the same quote can be found on some of their walls in some of their schools and training centers. So it became a convenient misquote, but it is a misquote. I already mentioned that many of his subtitles of his books, even 1660 to 1783, deal and explain some specific parts. Also, Mahan was a prolific writer with subjects ranging to well beyond the Navy. He spoke about racism. He spoke about imperialism. He was a social Darwinist. He talked a lot about diplomacy and international law. And in many things he was right. In many things he was biased. He spoke like an imperialist. Sometimes there were traces of racial superiority in what he wrote. And those have to be taken in the context of the times that he wrote. Next slide, please. Please go to slide 8. Thank you. Mahan really became famous for the introductory chapter of his book, the first book, the one that I flashed on the screen. And he talked about the 6 elements of sea power, which were discussed quite well in that. And these were geographical position, physical conformation, the extent of territory. Next slide, please. The fourth was the number of population, which meant measuring the navy and merchant fleets and the skills of the people and the character of the people in terms of commerce, seafaring, and other characteristics. And we have to wonder whether some of these have changed with technology, with greater exploitation by even smaller nations, which never became sea powers in a military sense, but still had a lot of commercial presence, a lot of trade, and a lot of fishing. Then finally, the 6th one was the character of the government, where he said it was about promoting commercial and economic development, using sea maritime power and sea power to develop a naval force. And he asked that will a nation of shopkeepers fund an adequate navy? And he meant the British, who said that they are a sea power and they do need a big navy to uh, advance and protect their interests. The next slide, please. Here are some of those what I call lovely Mahanian myths, which meant I told you about uh, many sort of justifications that navies have offered, even the Indian Navy, to say that even Mahan said so and so, and therefore we need to buy so and so or acquire so and so or build so and so. The second big myth about Mahan is this term called the big battle. Mahan never used the term big battle, just like Clausewitz never used the term fog of war. Uh, this was an interpretation that was convenient, but he did talk about decisive battles. But he did not say that decisive battles have to be big or everything has to be committed, that a navy may have several things to do. So fundamentally, the idea of a decisive battle is not incorrect. But his analysis and Corbett's analysis said that the decisiveness of many naval battles and campaigns is slow to be realized, and it has to be still waged. You have to you have to do well tactically. Remember to concentrate your force, concentrate fire, and uh, try and achieve the maximum victories that you can, so that they all add up to some strategic objectives. That is what he meant by decisive battle. He said that in certain conditions, there could be one cataclysmic, that is the word he used, battle, which might actually turn into great strategic advantages. And in some ways, the Russo-Japanese War, the Battle of Tsushima Strait, is one of those rare examples where such a naval battle actually changed the strategic outcomes of the Russo-Japanese War, which, by the way, was mainly fought on land. He had two aspects which were also distorted, which he said it was told to have said unquestioningly, don't divide the fleet. But actually, his thinking was far more nuanced, and he talked about the need for concentration of force to mean actually concentration of fire. Today, in navies with and multidimensional sea power with long reach in terms of missiles, aircraft ranges, submarine ranges, the ability for submarines and ships to fire land attack missiles, you can have concentration of fire while having distributed forces in various geographic locations who can concentrate fire. And that is what is meant by the concept of distributed, lethality, which means the platforms and assets might be very widely distributed over geographic area, yet they might be able to concentrate their fire on in a smaller geographic area in terms of time as well as in terms of space. Next slide, please. This is slide number 11. Mahan's main arguments could be clubbed into five, of which three are shown on the screen here, which were the political arguments, which was that sea power has played and will continue to play a decisive role in international relations. The second one were what 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 John Sumida, and these are taken from John Sumida's book, uh, which where he turned the political economic arguments, that is national prosperity and the capacity of the state to wage war depend greatly upon external trade, which requires a strong navy. And the third of the arguments that John Sumida has clubbed a lot of Mahan's writings were what he called governmental arguments, which meant that decision making by the state or its primary agents in peace and war could play a decisive role. Next slide, please. We come to the other two, the fourth and the fifth of the arguments that John Sumida has said in his book, which I mentioned at the bottom of the slide, Inventing Grand Strategy and Teaching Command. His argument about strategic arguments really could be elaborated to say that history demonstrated the existence of strategic and logistical principles that possess instructional value. He said that we've got to study history, we've got to look for lessons for history, because if somebody else has said that history is the only evidence we have to try and understand the past, interpret the present, and perhaps use some of those broad inferences to prepare for the future. Nobody can be 100% right and ready for the future because future has not happened. It has never happened. So there is nothing called futurology as an exact science or an art. And it is very important to quote Mahan here. He said that if the strategy be wrong, the skill of the general on the battlefield, the valor of the soldier, the brilliance of victory, however decisive, fail of their effort, which meant that tactical acumen, bravery, tactical level leadership, the spirit of a ship's crew or a submarine's crew or an army unit is very important, but it is not enough if the strategy be wrong. And that is something that I would suggest we all keep in mind. We've got to get the strategy right. As you grow up in service to leadership positions, remember strategy matters. Tactical acumen matters, tactical proficiency, boldness, leadership, everything matters, but getting the strategy right matters above all. And finally, Sumita talks about his professional argument, which targeted actually seaman officers or executive officers who needed to be able to make decisions quickly in the face of considerable uncertainty caused by changing conditions, incomplete or even misleading information and fear. Not how he qualifies the circumstances in which decision making has to be done. It's a challenging environment. Decisions have to be taken at the tactical level. When ships are blown up, aircraft can be shot out of the skies. Your buddy next to you on the bridge or in the operations room can suddenly become pulp because of a shrapnel hit or a torpedo hit, and yet ships have to continue fighting, do damage control, and continue to live another day and fight another day. So this was something very important for us to understand. Next slide, please. So here is a grouping of how these arguments, into a flow chart where the political, economic, and governmental arguments led to an understanding of naval grand strategy and the formulation of what he says a naval political agenda. Sumita puts the next sort of flow chart into his strategic professional arguments, which led to an understanding of the need for an art or science of command, and finally to naval officers' education, which is the ab initio professional military education and training that you all are lucky to receive in an academy as wonderful as Ezhimala. Next slide, please. The next slide covers, a little elaboration, where Mahan said that travel and traffic by water have always been easier and cheaper than by land. And this has remained true for, millennia actually. Transporting by ships, even smaller ships, the dhows that ply between India and the Middle East today and did so 2000 years ago. You have heard about ancient trade in the previous talk, uh, and you have heard about how trade is so central to a nation's prosperity that ships still are the cheapest way for transportation. Of course, all production and all transportation originates on land and once carried by ships also gets transferred to land and air transportation within those countries. But the major connectivity for trade is provided by ships, and it is still the cheapest way of transporting goods in terms of cost per ton of whether it is bulk, whether it is oil, whether it is containers. And it becomes cheaper even than pipelines. So that is something that we all as Navy people need to keep in mind. And that ships would remain primarily for external trade. I mentioned about railways, roads, all those are also vital and we cannot ignore those. He also said that maritime economics, that is production, shipping and colonies, was a key to prosperity and has been a prime motivator for many states. Next slide, please. Mahan also advised us that throughout history, the possession of naval supremacy was essential to the protection of national interests for many great states. And a country's capacity to develop sea power was affected by the six principal conditions that we've seen already. Next slide, please. So what were some of the geopolitical and naval strategic and operational effects of Mahan? On the US Navy, Mahan mattered a lot because he was advocating sea power. He was trying to draw the attention of a growing economic power that was arriving on the world stage, but was still not a sea power, because essentially the American War of Independence of the 18th century, the early 19th century, what was called the War of 1812, between 1812 and 1814, was mainly a continental war between the British and of course Canadians and the Americans, and fought continentally. In both of them, the fledgling US Navy and sea power of Americans, the French and the British were important, but they were not central. So America's understanding was still continental at that time because that was the reality for them. But Mahan was an advocate for the need for sea power if uh, the United States of the 20th century were to matter more to the world. On Germany, uh, uh, Mahan mattered a lot because there were some distortions that were convenient for them. They created, along with Japan, the myth called the Big Battle, and another misunderstanding that Mahan was an advocate for only capital ships, and therefore at that time it was necessary to really put all the money into all big gun battleships. Battleships were of course important, but there were other naval instruments which were important, and for all the money that was spent on battleships in the years before the First World War and during First World Wars, I think the return on investment on battleships turned out to be very questionable. Uh, on the USSR, again, there were similar influences. What I would like to caution here is that many of those aspects of Mahan were actually because of partial misreading, misquoting, and just pretending that people had read Mahan than actually having read Mahan. For instance, the German emperor was a great fan of Mahan, and he urged all German officers, in fact, insisted on the Wilhelmine Navy in the pre-First World War days, that all officers must learn Mahan's book by heart, not specifying only his first book, which was, I think, a ridiculous way. You don't have to learn anything by heart. It is far more important to understand. And I may add here that Mahan's own thinking about a lot of things changed over the years uh, that he lectured, wrote, and taught. And much of what he learned or he wrote again in different terms came as a result of his own teaching experience, which came because of the questions that his students asked him and the change in thinking that happened, and because he was looking at some flaws in his own theories that he tried to amend. So Mahan or Corbett's works have to be taken as a whole. And that is where people like Andrew Lambert for Corbett, or Professor McCraney for Corbett, or John Sumida and George Baer and so many others for Corbett, for Mahan matter, because they could consider their entire body of work. Let's look at the third bullet, and I have already mentioned about it, that we must note his choice of influence and his understanding that decisiveness was not finite or all-encompassing. And this is something that Corbett understood and explained somewhat more clearly. Next slide, please. So here it is again. I'm trying to emphasize that he is criticized fairly and unfairly for emphasizing decisive battle. But he often made the connection between naval and commercial activity and the exploitation of sea power in terms that were slow, relative, and had to be progressed slowly. So his decisive battle was qualified by conditionalities, which we need to understand better over the years as you grow and understand sea power better. Refer to Mahan in more detail. This is just an introductory talk, as you would know. Next slide, please. It is important for us to understand that Mahan did not necessarily pitch for the United States Navy to be the largest, to be most effective. In fact, and I quote, he said that having failed to create before the war a competent navy, and please note that he didn't say a big navy, the world's largest navy. He meant a competent navy, capable of seizing opportunity when offered to act against hostile divisions throughout the world. It was not possible afterwards to retrieve the mistake. And a competent navy in terms of training, ideas, force structuring, education, the hardware, the types of ships, types of submarines, unmanned assets, space assets, cyber assets, all keep changing over time for the Navy to be contextually competent. So yesterday's Navy might have been useful yesterday, it may not be useful today, and maybe even less useful tomorrow. So all of you as future leaders have to keep this fundamental in mind. Next slide, please. In terms of naval strategy and command, we have already looked at a lot of things, but Mahan could have been criticized that he criticized Nelson for amphibious operations as a fad. He was probably quite wrong in this. Uh, uh, but Mahan did support, although he's criticized for that, what he called commerce raiding. He said that the ability to interdict another country's trade is very, very important, and by a correlation, as a corollary, protecting one's trade is also very important. And he said that the very existence of navies was justified primarily by their ability to defend their own commerce and to attack that of their opponent. And attacking an enemy's commerce had to be supported by the fleet. And today, the fleet might mean a lot more other things than merely ships or submarines. Mahan did propound convoying. I'm mentioning this because later we will see that for whatever reason, Corbett was very skeptical about convoys. But Mahan did propound convoying, and I may add here that it's a lesson nations and navies need to learn and relearn regularly, but only after they've lost ships in many cases. So naval leadership, I may add, globally has regularly dismissed convoying and provided justification based on hunches and not on evidence and logic. And why is this so? Because Mahan said, also cautioned, that a convoy is doubtless a much larger object than a single ship, but vessels thus concentrated in place and in time are more likely, more apt to pass wholly unseen than the same number sailing independently and so scattered over wide expanses of sea. And he also said, I have added here that there was a British admiral and a admiralty memo which dismissed the idea of convoys till political leaders forced the Royal Navy to restart convoying, which is something that they had done even during Nelson's time. Is that the system of several ships sailing together in a convoy is not recommended in any area where submarine attack is a possibility. This was, I think, a very stupid thing to say, but they said it, and they had to be forced to change their position after that, and thereafter started losing a lot fewer ships than they did when they were not coming. Next slide, please. He also cautioned very, very carefully that interdicting commerce and protecting our own commerce is a very slow process. It's a very tedious process. It takes a lot of resources and it takes a lot of time and effort. There are no quick answers here. And I quote him at length so that you can continue thinking about this as you grow in the naval service. That Mahan had said that, and this is in his first book itself, towards the end, I think, amongst the last few pages, if not the second last page. He said that there was an impression largely held by French officers of the day and yet more widely spread in the United States now of the efficacy of commerce destroying as a main reliance in war, especially when directed against a commercial country like Great Britain. He said that it is doubtless the most important secondary operation of naval war, and it is not likely to be abandoned till war itself shall cease. But regarded as a primary and fundamental measure, sufficient in itself to crush an enemy, it is probably a delusion, and the most dangerous delusion when presented in the fascinating garb of cheapness. This is a caution that is perhaps timeless, and you all need to keep this in mind. Next slide. The next slide is about, again, elaborations about naval strategy and command. Like Clausewitz, Mahan had things to say about uncertainty peculiar to the sea. And he said that because of the uncertainties, the best laid plans may fail. But he was always for planning, as have been most other leaders. Because if you do not have plans, then of course nothing fails, because there was nothing to fail in the first place. So strategic level plans have to stand strategic countermeasures by considering all aspects of strategy. At the tactical level, strategic plans may encounter certain surprises but they may be handled because the strategy was right. He quoted Nelson that a commander cannot command winds and weather, and nothing is sure in a sea fight beyond all others. So this was very, very important for us to understand that a commander can never be sure, but he has to be always prepared as the next bullet shows. And he also said that recklessness or heedlessness in commanders is a dangerous, defect and can lead to defeat of effort everywhere. He quoted a wide but un-Nelsonian letter because Nelson was imagined to be reckless by other people in the Royal Navy. Yet he was bold but never reckless. Nelson had said, "Do not imagine that I am one of those hot-brained people who fight at an immense disadvantage without an adequate object." Next slide, please. Mahan argued that political and moral courage in a commander was vital and leadership was a critical factor. And look at how beautifully he said the next bullet that I present to you, which is historically, good men with poor ships are better than poor men with good ships. And this is something that in your own lives ahead, uh, you will find that, the same class of ships perform differently, or a ship that is an older, perhaps a weaker ship in terms of ordnance, or an older submarine but led well may do better than a newer submarine not led so well. So this is something that we have to imagine, keep remembering. And sometimes, what is called the long calm lee of Trafalgar can affect navies more seriously than navies would like to admit to themselves. And by this, I would like to suggest that past victories or past good performance is no guarantee that the same navy or the same ship or the same submarine or the same nation will do well in the next war. That requires hard work, training, good leadership at all levels, good moral courage, ethical courage, physical courage, and leadership and training at all levels without exception. So, what is Mahan's legacy? We can perhaps say today that he was right about a lot of things. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Today, therefore, we can say that Mahan was right about a lot of things. He was partially right about some and wrong about others. His answers may very arguably no longer be very relevant, but perhaps his questions are. And I've taken this from a discussion from an essay written by Philip Crowell many decades ago. The meaning and concept of national interest, the moral dimensions of military force, the responsibilities as well as opportunities of world power, the nature of dependence on slops, the composition of fleets, the logistical requirements of warfare, and most importantly, the use of navies as instruments of national policy. Next slide, please. He also wrote, as I mentioned, to educate policymakers on sea power and to increase intellectual currency about the broad aspects of naval power. And as naval officers, we should therefore remember, as I mentioned in the second bullet, theory is not practice and history is not strategy. And these lines are not mine. I put them in quotes there. And again, as Professor Hattendorf has said, modern naval officers must deal with a broader understanding of the historical process as a guide to critical analysis and thinking about what navies can and cannot do. With a thorough understanding of the past, the modern naval officer must be his own Mahan, or I would add Corbett. And in the next part of this talk, we'll see why Julian Corbett would not have had a problem with that. But before that, next slide, please. But before that, let us paraphrase something that Mahan asked the US Naval War College class of 1892. All the world knows, gentlemen, that we are building a new navy. Well, when we get our navy, what are we going to do with it? And that is the question that ought to be resonating with you, today's cadets and midshipmen, and tomorrow's captains, heads of department, engineer officers, electrical officers, pilots, squadron commanders, fleet commanders, and future CNSs who are sitting, I know, right here in the auditorium. So this is something you need to remember. And with that, we could transition to Corbett. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Who was Corbett? Well, he was a civilian and a lawyer. He was not a naval officer like Mahan was. As John Reeve has said, he was an insightful historian, and he said that he was a great strategist because he was first a great historian, and he had a mastery of detail as well as the big picture. And that is something very interesting about Corbett, and almost as much can be said about Mahan also. Next slide, please. For Corbett, Clausewitz became the point of reference for the theory of war, and in many ways, his point of departure. But he benefited from both being predecessors. On Mahan, he said somewhat sarcastically that the wonder is that Mahan could build as well as he did on a foundation so insecure, which was somewhat unfair, as I mentioned. But Corbett himself could also be faulted for cherry picking from history examples that illustrated something, and he ignored some things which countered some of the inferences that he could draw. But Corbett perhaps did not know his Sun Tzu, but they had much in common. And here are some of the books on the right side of the slide that he wrote, which were truly very great. Corbett, of course, had great ideas, and he continues to be relevant. He he became famous for one of his books, which was used as a textbook. It is still used as a textbook in many military, naval command and staff courses, and read very, very carefully. And he simply called it Some Principles of Maritime Strategy. He did not say the principles of maritime strategy, or he did not say the essence of maritime strategy. He very modestly added the prefix some. And he wrote to help Admiral Jackie Fisher, who was a very rebellious, revolutionary admiral in the British Royal Navy of the early 20th century. He helped Jackie Fisher in educating policymakers as well as the Royal Navy at a time of great inter-service politics and in overcoming the ill effects of what I've mentioned already, the long, calm lee of Trafalgar. Some Principles of Maritime Strategy was written on Fisher's prodding and reflected his agenda of naval officer education. But he also wrote to add a maritime dimension to Clausewitz and a land dimension to Mahan. And he wrote to provide a bridge within military cultures between land war and navalism. The British Navy, which was the largest at that time, thought it alone counted in British parlance and in British strategic matters, whereas the British Army, which was spread all over the empire and it was fighting a whole lot of small wars and big wars, thought that it was not adequately appreciated by the British, who imagined that navies do everything, and therefore that there was a level of animosity which he tried to bridge through his writing. So he said, therefore, that historians and human nature had dramatized battle out of context, that decisive naval battles are rare, and the wider context of war was key to strength. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. He used a tremendous definition of what we can call the diplomatic, informational or intelligence and military and economic lines of strategy and operations here. Very defined strategy in its broadest sense has also to deal with the whole resources of the nation for war. It is a branch of statesmanship. It regards the army and navy as parts of one force to be handled together. They are instruments of war, but it also has to keep in view constantly the politico-diplomatic position of the country, on which depends the effective action of the instrument, and its commercial and financial position by which the energy for working the instrument is maintained. I think this is very, very important for us to consider, because this defines strategy in its best sense, and it is one of the finest definitions of national strategy, or sometimes called grand strategy, which Corbett, of course, called major strategy. So Corbett had a lot of problems, as I said, explaining the jointness that was required between the army and navy. And I've been doing some studying and lecturing, trying to examine Corbett's words these days, in some international conferences, where Corbett, who had such major problems trying to, develop jointness between his own country's army and navy. Imagine how much difficulty he would have had today in trying to see that sea power and maritime power and sea power has become now even more multidimensional with air power, land-based missile power, cyber power, space power, and of course land power all together along with what we understand as sea power or naval power. So think about that. Next slide, please. Corbett's nuanced views on concentration of at sea and hence fleet on fleet destruction became anathema to many admirals. He was even accused of lowering morale and was considered responsible for the result of the very stalemate or a questionable defeat or a questionable victory in the 1916 Battle of Jutland. Of course, all this was nonsensical, but he got blamed, and this really created in him a sense of depression, which affected his health. And when he finally passed away in 1922, many people thought that he never really recovered from this completely unjustified criticism that came his way from British naval officers in the main, who never understood what Corbett was trying to say, but found it convenient to blame a theorist and a strategist, and that was quite odd, I would say. The crude maxims, he said, as to primary objects which seem to have served well enough in continental warfare have never worked so clearly where the sea enters seriously into a war. In such cases, it will not suffice to say that the primary object of the army is to destroy the enemy's army or that of the fleet to destroy the enemy's fleet. The delicate interactions of the land and sea factors produce conditions too intricate for such blunt solutions. Even the initial questions they present are too complex to be reduced by the simple application of rough and ready maxims. And among the maxims, he said that what navies tend to believe that the enemy's coast is the navy's frontier is fundamentally not applicable or is rarely applicable. But he said, think about that. It is important, but it's not the only thing. He said, don't believe in slogans. Next slide, please. Corbett was not wrong when he said that since men live upon the land and not upon the sea, the great issues between nations and at war have always been decided, except in the rarest of cases, either by what your army can do against your enemy's territory or national life, or else by fear of what the fleet can make it possible for your army to do. Next slide, please. Let's look at Corbett and Sun Tzu. Both explain deception, especially to achieve concentration at the decisive point. But Sun Tzu emphasized deception to divide and distract the enemy. Both of them, I think, recognized diplomatic alliances and coalitions before and during war, economic and financial dimensions of waging war, technological and material aspects, and both of them considered comparative advantages and disadvantages. That is, how can the weak use some other comparative advantage and try and beat the strong? And this comparative advantage valued by naval powers obliged with limited resources to protect a vast empire or fight a formidable power. This is what you all need to consider as you go in the service. Both advocated winning at the lowest. Next slide, please. Both advocated winning at the lowest possible cost. Corbett cites specific examples, including of jointness and effects on land. Corbett valued amphibious feints and raids or smaller assaults to invade or divert enemy forces to the coast, out of proportion in effect the intrinsic strength of forces employed. And both Sun Tzu and Corbett valued boldness, but Corbett said that careful calculation and strategic creativity should govern all action. And in this, he was no different from Nelson's thinking or Mahan's thinking. Next slide, please. Corbett also talked about the strategic advantage of defense. He advocated a strategic defensive, but this was misinterpreted because many in the Royal Navy accused him of passivity. But what he meant by a strategic defense did not proscribe or say that tactical offensiveness and operational offensiveness was not required. Even a strategic defensive requires highly offensive-minded military and naval leaders and operational planning that is offensive, proactive, and tries to beat the enemy while perhaps keeping the overall strategic defensive objectives in mind. He implied that this included, therefore, intense local offensive, the projection of land forces, various types of blockades, and raids on enemies' sea lines of communication. Some analysts feel that Corbett had oversimplified slot interdiction even for his own time. This may be only partially correct because slot interdiction has solutions and problems that are often similar and vary in detail from age to age. Next slide, please. Corbett also talked about limited war, which meant that you had to fight for limited objectives and not total annihilation of the enemy and the complete change of regime. So therefore, he said that continental wars are mainly fought between adjacent states, making escalation almost inevitable. The enemy may be willing to use unlimited force to retain the initiative and to escalate according to his requirements. So this is something that continental neighbors have to always keep in mind. It is not always true, but it has often been true in terms of even a small war leading to an unlimited war or a much, much larger war. He said that in wars, next slide please. He said that in wars between contiguous continental states, there will be no strategical obstacle to enemies being able to use his whole force. That is, it becomes difficult to limit political aims. He also said that maritime and imperial wars do not always threaten the other's vital interests. And we need to think of what China defines and redefines and expands at its core interests. And we need to be very cautious about that. And he said that escalation can be more deliberate in a limited war, especially between continental neighbors. He said also that dominant naval powers can isolate the theater of war to prevent introduction of enemy enforcements as well as secure its own home defense. And this is an important point also. Next slide, please. So a summary of Corbett's major ideas was he saw that force could be projected from the sea and had the capabilities to support or obstruct diplomatic effort. Second, to protect or destroy commerce. And third, to further or hinder military operations. So you can see that even in the Indian maritime doctrine, how various strategies have been made which sort of fit into these three major tasks of a navy. Next slide, please. To achieve this, he said that the command of the sea and the ability to project power was a problem. He also said that in the control of maritime communications, command of the sea matters, but when he meant command of the sea, he was defining sea control to various extents. And this is an important point, but it can be lost track of. He said to be effective, a highly trained navy must be complemented by a highly trained diplomatic and military establishment, and implied that a navy could not and never operates in a vacuum. Next slide, please. He said, and this is quite well written, as you can see, for it is not successful battles that bring peace, but the fear or experience what these battles give the victor the power to do. And he said that the question for the army was, what can the navy enable us to do? While for the navy the question was, what does the army want to do? And how can we participate and help in that? Perhaps not directly, but on the sidelines, indirectly, and in very profound ways. He noted, A, that the precariousness in terms of amphibious operations, that the precariousness of moving troops over the sea when an active fleet is able to strike at any time is something we have to consider. And the danger of keeping admirals ignorant of the general war plans. So there has to be jointness. How successful combined operations may employ diversion to achieve surprise. It's like Sun Tzu and many others. And how the concentration of fleets tends to throw open the sea to the enemy's counterattack on trade. And this brings us to the principles of war, the seemingly contradictory principles of concentration of force versus economy of efforts, and the unifying aspect of the selection and maintenance of the larger aim. His technique was impartial survey of history, neither a bias in favor of imperial acquisition, nor a case for building a larger navy. He studied the failure of sea power as closely as he scrutinized its brilliant achievements. And here I may add that a very dear friend of mine who sadly passed away early this year, a true sailor and a scholar, Rear Admiral James Goldrick of the Royal Australian Navy, had once written, and we had a long discussion on this also when we had met once, that he said today the Chinese have translated almost every single word that both Mahan and Corbett wrote, or for that matter, even what Kautilya wrote. Uh, and he said that they are learning Mahan, to give an example, as much to understand why the British succeeded as the French failed. And that's an important distinction where he echoes what Professor John Hattendorf says that I read out just now for you. Let's look at some aspects of contemporary relevance while closing. The first was impact on levels of political leadership, and on naval officers. Their relevance to what is called the national or grand strategy, and therefore to sea power and maritime strategy. And therefore they offer us valuable guidance on commerce warfare despite a vastly changed scene. They continue to be applicable for modern counterforce issues, that is, navies versus navy, or composite multidimensional sea power versus composite multidimensional sea power of an enemy, or land power or air power, or cyber power and space power in combinations or individually. He talked about sea control and its concomitant sea denial and maritime domain awareness. It's a new term, not used until about 2 decades ago. He talked about combined arms approach and of power projection, which meant influencing events on land. He quoted Japan's example of the abuse and use of Mahanian and Corbettian precepts. Both of them, you know, point us to what happened later in terms of people misunderstanding what Mahan and Corbett wrote for conveniencing of one type of hardware or the other. And both of them really talk very importantly about the relevance of alliances and coalitions. So overall, we may conclude that the concurrence of views between Mahan and Corbett remains a dominantly useful thing. And they made linkages between economic prosperity of a nation and security of commercial highways, or wide commons, a term Mahan used, that continues to be important today as opportunities and vulnerabilities. Next slide, please. Both had nuanced approaches to fleet actions. Faults were essentially due to others, that is, our misinterpretation or partial and convenient interpretations that I've said. For us, mission priorities depend on consideration of circumstances and unfolding situations. And both of them, therefore, matter fundamentally to our understanding. Neither of them exaggerated the speed of impact of naval operations, and Corbett's ideas on this are especially valuable. And yet, as naval planners, thinking must continue on enhancing. Next slide, please. Sorry, I missed some slides. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As naval planners, thinking must continue on enhancing speed of impact on land. Mahan fell short of articulating this as clearly as Corbett did, that the focus of sea power remains on land. Next slide, please. As Corbett did, naval leadership has to always understand the larger strategic objectives, that sea power and navies are enabling rather than standalone decisive instruments. This does not mean that sea power is not relevant or it is less relevant. It remains that sea power and air power and space power and cyber power and often land power itself is used differently. No single dimension is necessarily automatically or always superior to other dimensions. I would suggest that we always think of them as 5 fingers that can be used individually or curled into a fist to give a blow to the chin of the enemy or in his stomach to deliver a knockout. Second point, through more analytical reasoning of capabilities, and navies could formulate more effective joint strategies and more useful force structures that are future ready and not past perfect. In consideration of limited wars, what could navies achieve in the shorter time frames as opposed to the process of exhaustion that Mahan said and the noiseless, steady, and exhausting pressure of sea power? Finally, navies are also, next slide please. Navies are also well advised not to narrowly interpret Mahan and Corbett to influence force structuring without understanding the original context or their own limitations of understanding technology or evolving operational and tactical changes. We have to understand the fundamentals and then apply them to the strategic, operational, and tactical context at hand, in which navies, sea power will play very, very important roles, as indeed they have for 3,000 years. And that is something that we need to keep in mind. And therefore, I would like to conclude by leaving this one thought in your mind, that the spirit of their ideas is far more valuable than the letter of what they wrote and what is found in print. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
So let us move on to the third speaker, who is not present online, but is going to give us an offline pre-recorded talk. Dr. James Holmes, and he's going to talk about the development of sea power with respect to US maritime strategy. Dr. Holmes is the inaugural J.C. Wildlife Chair of Maritime Strategy at the US Naval War College, and a distinguished fellow at the Brute Krulak Center for Innovation and Future Warfare at the Marine Corps University of the US. He's a graduate of Vanderbilt University, Providence College, and the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He was a naval officer, graduated from the Naval War College in 1994, and earned the Foundation Award as a top graduate in his class. A former surface warfare specialist, he served as engineering and gunnery officer on board the battleship Wisconsin, directed an engineering course at the Surface Warfare School, and taught strategy and policy at the Naval War College. He's written some very interesting books with interesting titles: Theodore Roosevelt and the World Order, Chinese Naval Strategy in the 21st Century, Indian Naval Strategy in the 21st Century, Strategy in the Second Nuclear Age, Red Star over the Pacific, China's Rise and Challenge to US Maritime Strategy, A Brief Guide to Maritime Strategy, and most recently, Habits of Highly Effective Maritime Strategists. His books have appeared on the US Navy, Marine Corps, and Indo-Pacific Command reading lists since 2012. Over to control. Can we have Dr. Holmes talk now?
Good day, Naval Academy. I'm Professor Jim Holmes of the Naval War College, and today I want to talk to you about, for the next half an hour or a little bit more, about the development of sea power. I'm going to keep it very simple and straightforward, given the limited time that we have to do this. I want to talk just briefly about what strategy is, what maritime strategy is. Then I will turn to how nations go about accumulating sea power in order to execute maritime strategy, and then I will close off with just a couple of ideas on the operational level for you as aspiring naval officers. So why don't I launch right into it? What is strategy? It's pretty. There are many definitions. You will hear all sorts of definitions. There's no sort of accepted definition that 100% of people agree on. Here's how I define it, and I do it in very simple terms. I define strategy as the art and the science of using power to fulfill purposes, political purposes in the case of military and naval forces such as our own. So and art is a little bit different from science. We know that some elements of strategy lend themselves to the quantitative scientific approach. One of the most obvious would be logistics, trying to get supplies and fuel and stores and all the things that ships need to operate at sea out to the fleet so they can actually sustain at sea operations. Art's a little bit different. I mean, this is more like, and if you ask people like Karl von Clausewitz, who was one of our main strategic theorists here at the War College and elsewhere in professional military education, he will tell you that there is an art to it. A commander has certain skills, creativity, intuition, all of these sorts of not strictly quantitative things also play into strategy. So it's a combination of the two things. As far as American strategic purposes, normally when I'm giving a talk like this one, I'm giving it to an American audience. So I like to go back and just canvass the U.S. history just very briefly to try to illustrate what certain long-running American strategic purposes are. First of all, if you reach back all the way to 1823, 2 centuries ago, the United States is oftentimes, in fact, it's usually seen itself as the keeper of the status quo here in the Western Hemisphere. Those were the days of the Monroe Doctrine, of which I believe India still adheres to a certain degree as well. It's a defender of the open door for commerce. We like to trade in distant regions, and therefore, as a matter of reciprocity, we tend to defend the rights of others to do so as well. This is another perennial theme in U.S. history. We have long time, for the past century or thereabouts, seen ourselves as a balancer in the Eurasian rimlands of East Asia, rather, and Western Europe, and to a certain degree in the Indian Ocean, but it's much more closely linked to the Atlantic and the Pacific. And lastly, if you want to be a balancer, if you want to uphold the open door, if you want to maintain the status quo, you have to be able to get there if you want to influence events in the rimlands, and therefore you need to be able to take command of what Nicholas Spigman, the great geopolitics scholar of the Second World War, called the marginal seas: South China Sea, Baltic Sea, places like these. If you want to radiate power onto land from the sea, you have to be able to get there, and therefore you need the ability to seize command for yourself so that you can do that. Now, I don't have time to get it in detail into U.S. strategic documents, but they're all out there online. You can find various iterations of our national security strategy, the very broad overarching strategy that governs everything that we do. If you bring it down to the defense level, the military level, we have a national defense strategy, and then to your lower right hand side, you will find various versions of our maritime strategy. This is the 2020 maritime strategy, with which I was deeply engaged in developing. And even though it was put out late in the Trump administration, it remains in force into the Biden administration, which suggests that it has some staying power and experience. So I would certainly commend that to your attention if you want to get to know the United States better, and just to see what maritime strategy documents look like. You can like it, you can critique it, and I think that would make you all better framers and executors of strategy yourselves. So that's just in a nutshell a little bit about strategy. What implements of power do we use to put strategy into force to fulfill purposes given to us by our politicians, by the people who make policy in places like Washington D.C., Delhi? Pick your favorite capital. Well, we use a very simple shorthand in professional military education. We call it the DIME, and it's a simple acronym for diplomacy, information. Sometimes we talk about ideology, some sort of soft power, the soft power aspect of information. Military power, obviously, being something near and dear to our own hearts, and then economic statecraft of various types, whether it's liberal economics, whether it's economic coercion, sanctions, and that sort of thing. So this is the very basic toolkit that's available to a nation to accomplish its purposes at sea, on the ground, wherever the strategy happens to be unfolding. I would call to your attention, and I would urge you all, especially as you start to be commissioned and take your place into the Indian Navy, think about yourselves as naval diplomats. Think about the D in DIME. Everything that you all do is intended to, in fact, you should certainly think about it as shaping the environment in India's favor, and in favor of India's friends and allies. And so think about when you go to sea, how you conduct yourselves, how your ships or your aircraft and so forth, how they present themselves, the competence that they display. This has an effect in foreign capitals, whether it's friendly capitals that India is aligned with or would like to be aligned with, and also in foreign capitals that could be hostile, such as China, Pakistan. Pick your favorite rival of India's. So think about yourselves as having a role in diplomacy. So because it really does have an impact. The strategist Edward Lutwak, he has a wonderful metaphor for this. He works at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C. He's very old at this point. But he published a book in the late 1970s in the late Cold War called The Political Uses of Sea Power. It's out there on the internet. It's very short and easy to read, and I would certainly commend it to all of you. But at one point, he's talking about this: the use of fleet maneuvers in order to create diplomatic effect. And he says that navies we should design our fleet maneuvers and everything that we do in order to cast a shadow in foreign capitals. If you're trying to deter a foreign government from doing things that you would like to forbid, again, if you can convince that government leaders that you could actually defeat their aims, at that point you've cast that shadow. You've cast that deterrent shadow on everything they do, and they cannot move forward without taking that into account. And this is a way of contributing to national security, simply by doing things very professionally, skillfully out at sea as you go about your daily business at sea. So let me turn back to strategy just briefly, and it's pretty straightforward. If strategy is the art and science of using power to fulfill purposes, DIME, diplomatic, ideological, military, and economic power to fulfill purposes, maritime strategy is nothing more than the saltwater equivalent of that. It is the art and science of using sea power to fulfill purposes relating to the sea, which are many for a seafaring nation such as India or the United States, or for that matter, China, Japan. Pick your favorite seafaring nation in Asia. Purposes of maritime strategy are pretty straightforward, but they're worth breaking down. For Alfred Thayer Mahan, our second president at the Naval War College here in Newport in the 1880s and the 1890s, he breaks it down to access. He's probably the most influential maritime historian and theorist ever. I don't know that he's my favorite, but he certainly is the one who's cast the longest shadow over maritime strategy to this day. But again, he defines the purposes of maritime strategy in terms of access, commercial access, diplomatic access, when we're talking about access to trading regions where the United States would like to do business in order to enrich itself and make its purposes possible. And military access, obviously, sort of the backstop for diplomatic and commercial access. He makes it very clear, and I'm going to throw up a specific quotation from him to make this point. But this is the bottom line from a hand. It's all about seagoing commerce. Seagoing commerce lets the United States or any seafaring power make itself wealthy. If it's wealthy, it underlines that with diplomatic access, military access as backstops. But again, making yourself wealthy is what it's all about, and that lets you fund a navy, which is making yourself wealthy is what it's all about, and that lets you fund a navy, which is so in a sense it's a cycle that Mahan sees between commerce, diplomacy, military, and of course the United States Navy. And I think that's a useful corrective to normal characters of Mahan as being all about battles at sea. No, he sees that as you have to be ready for that in case it comes. But nonetheless, it's really all about commerce in the end. And he wanted to keep Washington's and the American people's eyes on that during his lifetime when he's urging the United States to make itself into a sea power of note. Here's the specific quotation that I brought up. Again, and I'm going to break it down so that you don't have to weary your eyes too much trying to wade through this text. The starting point and foundation of maritime strategy is the necessity to secure commerce by political measures, by diplomatic measures that are conducive to military or naval strength deployed abroad in these trading regions. And he goes, so again, military power, it's at the bottom of the pecking order as it exists only as an enabler for diplomacy and ultimately for commercial access. Lest you miss the point, this is the order of actual relative importance to the nation of the three elements of maritime strategy: commerce, political, and military. So again, it's all about access. So think about what you do in the naval profession as trying to guarantee India's access, commercial, military, and military and naval access to places that it wants to do business, which would be a whole lot of the world, given that any enterprising nation wants to go out and trade with as many places as it can. Now, Mahan, as he starts to define sea power a little more closely, so he defines it as a chain, and the chain is made up of three links: production at home, making things that people overseas would like to buy in order to satisfy their wants and needs. If you don't have anything, if you don't have anything to do commerce with, any products to do commerce with, you're obviously not going to do very well in those terms. The middle link, naval and merchant shipping. Mahan was very much in favor of a nationally owned merchant fleet that would be large in number and that could transport wares over to foreign nations in order to sell them, to do business, and thus help the United States become rich. The Navy was the protector of the merchant fleet in essence. And lastly, foreign bases and markets. Obviously, if you're going to do business in a foreign trading region, you need access there, including not necessarily U.S. owned bases and so forth, but certainly access to foreign harbors, the ability to refit, to rearm, to take on stores, to do all the things that mechanized shipping needs to do, and obviously access to markets. They give you the ability to sell those wares to help foreign customers satisfy their wants and needs. It's very straightforward. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? This is the supply chain, as we call it, with a naval add-on to provide that protection for that middle link, which is the sea, the maritime common, as we call it. Now, my hand doesn't say this, but I think it's a fair interpretation of what he says. If any one of these links is not in place or is broken, you're not going to have much in the way of sea power. If you don't have any production at home, obviously the whole thing is going to collapse. If you don't have a navy, you're reliant on others to safeguard your shipping. If you don't have a merchant fleet, similarly, you're reliant on foreign carriers in order to transport your goods, and that could be a difficult thing in times of stress. And obviously, if you were locked out of foreign bases and markets, you're not going to accomplish very much, simply because you will be excluded. Your access will be cut off, and therefore you can't do these transactions that help you fulfill your political purposes by making yourself wealthy. Let me break it down a little bit more closely. Now, I will tell you that if you read Mahan's definition, I am trying to disentangle something that he says. I actually see two parallel supply chains. He sort of conflates them into one. Bringing in the Navy into the commercial equation. I think it actually is better to actually try to disentangle those, to illustrate, to illuminate the relationship that he sees between commerce and the Navy. So this would be the supply chain, as you hear it called in economic geography literature these days. And again, it's all about production, distribution across the sea in this case, and then consumption by consumers who purchase wares for their own use. So that's pretty straightforward, and that's but if you look at if you look at it again, I see a parallel supply chain. Production at home, production of warships to provide that protection to merchantmen making their way across the maritime common, and then bases to service of warships at the far end of their voyages. Because as we well know, you can't accomplish a whole lot without that constant logistical support to help prepare and restock vessels at the end of their voyages. Now here's the kicker. Here's the bottom line from a hand. And this is why I like to do this, because it does illustrate the cycle that he sees. Consumption, the consumption aspect of the supply chain. This is where the United States government, or whatever government we are talking about, is going to tax, whether by income taxes, by tariffs, or whatever. It's going to take a cut of whatever commerce is done. That funding, it can then plow into the naval supply chain in order to fund warships that in turn protect that distribution link, to protect the transport of wares across the sea, and then thus again create a virtuous cycle that it is the job of statesmen, of policymakers, to keep going into the indefinite future, provided the nation wants to remain wealthy and prosperous, which we all do. So this is the sort of cyclical arrangement that Mahan says. If you want to make yourself a sea power of note, you try to develop these two supply chains, get the cycle going, and again perpetuate it into the distant future, so that you do remain prosperous. So if we bring all this together, if we bring together the purposes and the power aspects, why should we go to sea? This is what maritime strategy is all about. The goals of maritime strategy are commercial, political, and military access. And Mahan also sketches how we should go to sea: to do commerce and production, construct and use naval ships for the purposes set forth, and then obviously open up access to places where you would like to do business, maintain that, and so there's a diplomatic aspect of that as well that goes into sea power. Now Mahan and I'm not going to get into this in any detail. He spends about 60 to 65 pages talking about what he calls the elements of sea power, the determinants of sea power. The point that I would make for you here is simply that he understood that not every nation is fit to be naturally fit to be a great sea power. The Great Britain, of course, in his day, so in the late 19th, early 20th century, Great Britain is the gold standard of the day. And he wanted the United States, in essence, to model itself on that gold standard. But again, he canvasses the different determinants of sea power, which he breaks down into geography. Where does a nation sit on the map? Does it face geographic obstacles to its access to the sea? Just everything about the physical makeup of a nation. He goes on and his discussion blurs into what he calls a talk about physical confirmation. How well blessed is a nation with harbors, with all the things? Does it have rivers providing access from the sea into the hinterland, so that the hinterland can actually make contact with the sea, and avoid having to do too much overland shipping of the factors of production, of finished wares, all the things that go into the production phase. Third, the extent of territory. How big is a country? And he's actually very interested not only in how big a country is, but in how the geographic scope of the country relative to the population. So he shades over and he starts talking about population density. In particular, not only just the raw numbers of population, but also the numbers in key industries related to the sea, ship fitters, people who work with sails, all those sorts of things in the age of sail. Obviously, much more technical disciplines now that we live in an age of mechanical sea power. But you get the idea. A lot of it depends simply on whether you have skilled tradesmen in order to support merchant and naval ships that go out to sea. National character. He talks, and he's rather unpolitically correct sometimes about critiquing different European sea powers. With regard to national character, he comes very close. In fact, he's a little bit more gentlemanly about it. But he says basically the Dutch, after their age of maritime supremacy, they were too tight-fisted to actually remain an ocean-going sea power for a long time, because they they would not pay for a navy in wartime. When they ran up against Great Britain, which was prepared to pay for a navy in wartime, they were bound to lose out. So again, he canvasses a lot of different examples ultimately concludes that the United States should try to shape its national character, much in the way Great Britain had done during its history. And so again, he's very mindful of strategic culture, political culture, as we would call it today. And lastly, he talks a lot about the character of the government. What should governments do in order to foster sea power, to foster maritime strategy? And Mahan basically says, well, it's government's job to nurture national character, to make good use of the nation's natural resources and so forth, in order to foster maritime strategy, to get the virtuous cycle between commerce, diplomacy, and military and naval affairs going, and keep it going. So government exists to enact wise laws, policies, regulations, and so forth at peacetime, so that the nation can carry on these peacetime pursuits or wage war if it is forced upon the United States by some rival under extreme circumstances. So you can look around yourselves. I mean, this gives you a handy way to gauge India's potential as a sea power. I think India is very well suited for sea power. You can look at different nations around the Indian Ocean, or really anywhere around the world, to try to get to glean some insight into how well they might do, what they might do, and how India should shape its own strategy to cope with that, so that it fulfills its own purposes and in the maritime domain. I would just say, before I leave this discussion and move on to other things, I would point out that the first three elements of sea power, I would think these are fixed. I mean, a nation is what it is. Its geography is not going to change substantially. We can do little things to modify geography, but basically what we have is what we have. But the last three, I think these are amenable to human decisions, thought, and action. And therefore, I think this is what Mahan he really pays a lot of attention to that, because it's all about using demographics, shaping the national character in favor of seaboard pursuits, and obviously getting the government to do things to foster all the seaward enterprise. Mahan goes on and he briefly talks about maritime geography. And I bring this to your attention just because this is a really useful way to think about strategic positions. What he's basically saying, if I am considering where to establish a naval base, there's basically three things I should look at. I should look at its situation. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't summon that out. What he calls its situation, its place on the map. Is a particular site, is it well positioned to influence some sea lane that you need to influence? Is it well positioned to foster commerce, to counter a rival's naval base, or things like that? So geographic position is key. Strength, when he's talking about strength, he's talking about defensibility, basically. Defensibility being either natural defenses, if it's well protected from the sea, that's a good thing, and obviously human beings can improve strategic positions simply by adding coastal gunnery or missile batteries these days, or whatever the case may be. And lastly, when he talks about resources, the last determinant of the good strategic position, he's talking about the natural resources of the countryside around the base. Can the countryside either support the base from its own resources, or are there transportation networks for running supplies in to support the base, and the ships obviously that touch there, and on and on and on. So again, this is a wonderful set of metrics that he gives us to think about these things. I would add, he's not very vocal about this, but he does at certain points point out that host nation politics can be an issue as well. The Caribbean Sea was racked by revolutions during his lifetime, and that's what he was mostly thinking about when he was trying to help the United States shape a navy to advance its cause in the Western Hemisphere. If you have a power if you have an ally or a trading partner whose host nation is not stable, cannot keep its agreements, or will not keep its agreements, that's obviously something that could nullify the value of a strategic position. So always be mindful of that as well. Even though I think he was sort of dancing around that aspect of sea power, but it's there if you read closely enough. Now I would move on down towards the operational level, where we're galloping along here. Mahan's probably his signature concept, and in fact I think possibly we overdo the centrality of this concept to Mahan's works. But nonetheless, he is very forceful on that aspect. The idea, if you want to do all these things, if you want to conduct commerce, diplomacy, and naval affairs at sea, you need to be able to seize control of the sea. And he defines that in very stark terms. It's overbearing power upon the sea that drives off an enemy's flag, its merchant flag or its naval flag, or it allows it at best to appear as a fugitive, and which, by controlling the great common, by controlling the sea, closes the highways by which commerce moves to and fro from the enemy's shores. So basically, if I'm facing off against a trading power that depends on the sea to do commercial, naval, and military and diplomatic things at sea, if I can do that, it's like cutting the roots of a plant. If I cut off my adversary from the sea, I'm cutting the economic lifelines, and thus I'm squeezing the adversary economically, while at the same time assuring my own ability to use the sea for the purposes that I deem fit. To go back to our maritime chain analogy from Mahan's works, it would be something like this: breaking that middle link and leaving behind a barren wasteland where economic prosperity once was, and as well as a diplomatic and military clout. So when you think about this, I think this is a good metaphor for Mahan's ideas about command of the sea. It gives you control of the sea and the ability to bring leverage on your adversary through blockades, through control of the sea of all types. Is maritime strategy all about battleships? This is a common fallacy related to Mahan. In fact, people who don't enjoy Mahan, they don't like his ideas, or especially they don't like reading him. He was not a master wordsmith. They will say, well, Mahan was all about battleships. They will conflate him with a particular platform, point out that platform no longer exists except in museums, and then and more or less dismiss his ideas simply because they regard him as a relic, sort of an antiquarian writer about things that no longer exist. But this is actually not true. Here's how for him, it's not really about battleships necessarily. It is about capital ships. What do he means by that? The battle fleet, the backbone and the power of any navy, are the vessels basically which can take a punch or deliver a punch, dish out or take a hard knock in a battle against an enemy battle fleet. So against a fleet of enemy capital ships. As you notice, yes, it was a battleship in Mahan's day, but he did not define it in terms of a particular platform. I think he would be very comfortable with the dominance of the aircraft carrier today. I think he would also entertain the idea that a submarine, that especially a missile-armed submarine, could be a capital ship. Nonetheless, so you get the idea. And here's another very simple concept that will help you think about the fleet design of the Indian Navy and its friends and allies and its rivals. How well designed are they to carry out the purposes entrusted to them by policymakers at home? So again, it's all about offensive and defensive capability. A heavy-hitting ship that can take a heavy hit, that's a capital ship for Mahan. How should we size fleets? Well, so Mahan sees the capital ship as being sort of the queen of the fleet. It's at the apex of the fleet. And he basically says a fleet should be what he says great enough. So big enough in numbers, strong enough in terms of capital ships and lesser ship types in order to take to the sea. And again, this is a broad formula he's proposing. It should be great enough to go up against the largest force it is likely to meet out on the sea. So this is sort of net assessment type stuff, measuring numbers of platforms, measuring capabilities, ranges and numbers of weapons, all of these sorts of things that go into to help us estimate the combat power of a particular fleet. So that's pretty straightforward. You line up and you try to see who's the strongest. There's also an element of risk management in here. How big a fleet do I need relative to my adversary in order to have a reasonable chance of success? So do I need to be as strong as my adversary and then entrust to seamanship and gunnery and all those sorts of things that go into a fleet proficiency? Do I need to do how much of an excess do I need? A lot of this goes to the risk tolerance of the individual commanders. But to me, this is the most interesting word in this passage. What would be the largest force you are likely to meet in action? And this is something that goes into geopolitical analysis. I need to look at my potential adversary. I need to see what other commitments it has close to home or around the world, because these commitments will also demand military and naval forces. So I can estimate how large a proportion my adversary of its fleet and its associated joint force my adversary might put at a time and place of battle to do battle with me. And that becomes the standard. If I can figure that out, that becomes the standard for me to size my fleet. And therefore, that's the standard I need to build to. I don't necessarily need to run an open-ended arms race with my adversary, but I can actually accomplish my goals with something less, unless my adversary cares so much about some particular commitment in my backyard or in some place where I am carrying on my maritime strategy that it is willing to devote its entire military force to that contingency. If that's the case, then that's what I need to plan against. Just as I close out here, Mahan, of course, is thinking about the Royal Navy. He's thinking about the Caribbean Sea because he knows the Panama Canal will come into being in the early 20th century, and he's trying to position the United States Navy to help safeguard the approaches to that canal as he sees it taking shape. So he's looking at it and he's saying, well, the Royal Navy is much bigger than we are, but also Britain presides over an empire on which the sun never sets in places like the East Asia, the Indian Ocean, and so forth. And he tries to figure out what share of the Royal Navy might come into the Caribbean Sea and get in a fight with the United States Navy. He concludes that the United States does not need to outbuild the Royal Navy as a whole. It needs about 20 capital ships that it can concentrate in American waters in order to face off whatever proportion of the Royal Navy might come against it. But again, he thinks it's a limited proportion because Britain has so many commitments around the world to tend to, and then all of these commitments demand ships as well. So again, so trying to figure out what the likely share of an adversary's force as a whole you will face. Again, that's the benchmark for your success. So I would break that down to this. I think these are the four elements I see: concentration of force, the material dimension, fleet design, ship design, sensors, weapons, all of these things that qualify ships to go out and do battle at sea. Probability and risk calculations, and then last, to calculate the likelihood of an action, it requires you to do some geopolitical analysis of your adversary to see what its leadership might actually throw against you. Because for Mahan, and this is true of all strategists, they point out that it's not necessarily all about being stronger than your adversary on the whole. It's about being stronger at the time and the place of battle. Force, space, and time are the three critical aspects of operations, and that's really what the military art and science are all about. Putting stronger forces at the time and place of battle than your adversary can. So it seems pretty simple, but the simplest thing, of course, is going to be difficult. But the point being that a force can be weaker as a whole, but also superior at the time and place of action. The Mahanian strength. I'm gonna wrap this up just to talk just a little bit about how navies help win wars. For Mahan, it's pretty straightforward. You should, if you're a dominant sea power like Great Britain in his day, or the United States today, go into your adversary's home waters and basically take on its fleet and try to take that off the board at the outset of conflict. Destroy it through battle or box it in through a blockade. Break that middle link of your adversary's sea power chain. And then after that, once you've won command of the sea, you may do all manner of things. Do convoys in order to protect your merchant shipping. Impose blockades. Land troops at different places to give your enemy various dilemmas by imposing new theaters on it. There's simply a wealth of blessings that come with command of the sea. And Mahan, he proposes a very straightforward and sequential way of making that happen. I'll point out, I haven't mentioned Corbett yet, Mahan's great rival and contemporary. Mahan is very, very offensively minded, not only on the strategic level, but also on the operational and the tactical levels. And Corbett agrees with it most of the time, but he also says, not so fast. There are times when no force can be stronger at all places on the map at all times. And Corbett says you better get used to that idea and think about how do you play defense in case you do find yourself as the weaker power at some particular place in time. And at that point, he urges you to wage what he calls an active defense. Active defense, it's a very active way of doing defense. It's about preserving your fleet while also looking for ways to make things difficult on your adversary At the same time, you try to make yourself stronger on the whole, whether by amassing your fleet, by attracting new allies, building new shipping, or whatever the case might be, and also weakening your adversary, breaking his alliances, getting him to divide his forces so that simplifies your problem, and so forth. But he's very clear about this. Defense is a very offensively minded thing. It's all about looking for the opportunities for counterattack. If you're not relatively strong enough at the time and place of action to go on the offensive, try to induce your adversary to weaken himself again by whatever means you can, and then also mass your own forces, develop new forces, or look for allies that can lend their strength to your own. Here's how I would look, or here's how I would describe the access or the active defense rather, in very graphic terms. If I'm the commander of the blue fleet, and if I'm the weaker power, then I'm obviously at a disadvantage relative to my adversary. It would be foolish for me to come out and have a fight that I'm going to lose because my adversary is stronger. But I can do things to try to weaken his strength, bring up my own strength as well. If I do this successfully, I will ultimately reach a crossover point beyond which I am the stronger power at the time and place of action. And at that point, I can venture a battle if I want to. And with reasonable chances of success, as my hand says, simply because I am now, my fleet is now large enough, great enough in order to take on the largest force it's likely to meet in action, with a good chance of success. And that's really what it's all about. So it's all about driving down your adversary's strength and accumulating more strength for yourself and making yourself the stronger contender. So that actually brings me, believe it or not, that brings me to the end of my prepared presentation. I will point out that this is a spin-off. It's a very small excerpt of a pretty short book that I did a couple of years ago called A Brief Guide to Maritime Strategy. Please don't spend your scarce dollars on it, or your scarce cash on it as young officers. I'm sure it's available in your libraries there at the Naval Academy. It's aimed right at people like you, newly commissioned officers or midshipmen, and it's designed to do what I've tried to do here for the last half an hour or thereabouts. So that would be available to you. And again, I wrote this for you. I wrote this as a book to myself 30 years ago when I was in your shoes as a young officer, to try to help you think about strategy long before you go to war colleges at mid-career, and come to grips with maritime strategy again. I would also provide you a couple of links here in closing. These are on my YouTube channel. During COVID, I got bored, so I actually recorded a lot of my lectures so that I could push them out. So if you're interested in the story at a much greater length, then you can dial in and look. You can have what I've just done with you for the past half hour. I spend about 2 hours. I get more into U.S. history. I get more into the details of maritime strategy. And then lastly, the bottom lecture there on hegemonic rivalry is the lecture that I give to our senior course and also to our fleet seminar program, our distance learning students here in Newport and around the United States. And it's all about how I see the future shaping up, especially vis-a-vis China. So if you want my take on China, that's one place you can look to get at. And with that, I will close. I will say thank you for your kind attention. I will also issue you a blank check. I gave you my email address at the outset of this presentation. By all means, I'd like to hear from people out in the field or out in your fleet and fleets around the world, because I unfortunately don't get out there as much as I should these days. But by all means, pose any questions as you like, or we can talk about anything that you like electronically. And I will stop right there. Thank you very much.
The house is now open for questions.
Good afternoon to all the speakers. I am DCC Sumit Chandra of the 7th term, and my question is to Professor Radhika Seshan. Ma'am, the present generation knows very little about our ancient naval traditions, prowess, and its history. Ma'am, why do you think it's important for today's youth to know about the same?
Okay. Uh, Let me go back to the introduction that Vice Admiral Chopra said. For one cannot understand the trajectories of the present unless one knows the past. And it is important for us to know what were the features, what were the determining guidelines, and what were the trajectories of engagement with the sea from the ancient times in order to understand how we can approach the sea, how we can go back into our own past and our own maritime knowledge of the past in order to enable us to better access the sea in current times. The past is, yes, dead and gone, but the knowledge of the past is never dead and gone. And that, I think, is the crucial dimension here.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
Good afternoon to all the speakers. I am DCC Abhijit Saju of the center. My question to Admiral Srikande is, and suited American interest. However, sir, in a limited war scenario with technology infusion, would they still be relevant?
In fact, I would say that CBAR is very relevant across the spectrum of conflict. And in short wars and in long wars, CBAR is relevant and has to be used robustly. Uh, Wars are about objectives, never about durations. And many optimistic calculations about short wars have actually ended up being much longer. And therefore, the robust use of naval power in all the functions of the Navy is very important from the word go when in combat. You know, attributes, naval conditions of sea control, sea denial, and power protection apply only in times of conflict. But there's a lot that needs to be done in times of peace also. Prepare for transition from peace to conflict should conflict come upon us. And therefore, even in limited wars where we don't want a regime change or an absolute war, navies can and must and can play a role. It cannot be that navies are, relevant in every single conflict. There might be less relevant or there might be more relevant. But the ability to be able to have a competent navy to take care of eventualities or to dominate escalation is very, very important attribute that in their own ways both Mahan and Corvette talked about. And that is how CBAR understanding across nations has developed. China certainly seems to be thinking that way very, very robustly.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all the speakers. I am Cadet Shoaib Chaudhary of 7th term. My question is to Professor Radhika Seshan, ma'am. Ma'am, how would have Indian history shaped if India had a stronger navy during medieval period, like the navies of Chhatrapati Shivaji, Jamorins, and Marthanda Varma?
That's a difficult question to answer because the fact is that we did not have a stronger navy. Also, I will say that our naval presence was primarily coast-oriented. We had a merchant presence across the seas, but on the whole, our sense of navy was to defend the coastline. Even if you look at Chhatrapati Shivaji's navy, it patrolled the coastlines, and it was Sindhudurg to Vijayadurg primarily, with perhaps a little further up till Kolaba. Perhaps the only, the Siddhis did get into it. And yes, Aurangzeb took over the Siddhis. I mean, he appointed Siddhi Yaqub as the Mughal admiral. But that navy was used to attack the Marathas. It was not used to defend against any predatory areas. it is also a reality that most of the Indian rulers accepted the fact that their naval power was less than that of the Europeans. And so, while the Europeans imposed the idea of the Kartas, the pass, the the Indians accepted it. What they did was control access to the land and therefore control those who came by sea. So the basic premise was of controlling land in order to control the sea, not the control of the sea in order to access the land. That is the basic difference. So the approach being different, the concept of a navy as one which would defend the land from the sea and on the sea is rather more limited in this time. The Zamorin did a little bit more. Perhaps the only Asian ruler that really went into the concept of naval power is the Ottoman. And the Ottomans, the Zamorin and the Bahadur Shah of Gujarat launched this huge tri-pronged attack against the Portuguese at Diu. And they almost succeeded, but it failed because the Zamorins were blockaded. The Zamorin navy, most of the Zamorin navy was blockaded inside the harbor of Calicut before they could join up with the Turkish fleet at Diu. So there are definitely problems about the concept of the navy as existed in that time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all the speakers. I am Cadet Nakul Saxena of the 5th term. And my question to the panel is, according to ancient records, Indians were proficient in shipbuilding. Although we have regained momentum recently, what more can be done to become a shipbuilding powerhouse in today's era?
I think Admiral Srikante can take that on. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Thank you, and thank you, Sina, for the question. It's a valid question. My own interpretation of this is that I have seen always the contradiction between the ability to have built much larger ships that would have taken larger cannon, larger artillery in 16th and 17th and even 18th century by Indian built ships, was somehow not done by Indian rulers at that time, which is a surprise because the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the English by the 16th century actually had what is called the artillery goes to sea. They had started building better cannons that could survive for longer and had started understanding the aspect of farming, which went into making even church bells. In India, our sultans and rajas and even Mughals imported a lot of European help and experts in having very large cannons of this type ashore that be on land and used by their armies. But they never tried to increase the displacement, so to speak, of their ships who have carried larger caliber guns, might have been bigger, might have needed greater crew, greater money. I would say that in many ways, Indian resources in terms of money available to many of the princes and rajas and sultans and the Mughals was perhaps higher at that time than some of the European empires. So this remains a puzzle that I have not been able to quite wrap my head around it. But perhaps Professor Session might have some explanation for this. She might agree with some of my sort of confusion about this issue. What could be done today? A lot is being done. Certainly, a lot more can be done for shipbuilding in place and environment. And we need to diversify. We need to indigenize. We need to even leverage foreign collaborations
and all of them together. Perhaps we have too many yards, all of them are inefficient, except some of the major public sector and some of the major private sector yards. But there has to be some consolidation for greater efficiencies and more private sector participation also into ship and submarine design. That is how I would like to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all the speakers. I'm Cadet Prateek Mishra of the 7th term. My question to the panel is, how does US balance traditional maritime security concerns with emerging challenges like cyber threats and hybrid warfare in its maritime strategy?
That's a pretty broad question. Is one of the speakers going to take it on? Well, there's only one thing.
Perhaps after you focus, sir, I could add a couple of things you not already covered that.
No, please go ahead.
I would like to say, as I pointed out, can you hear me?
Yeah, little distorted, but yes.
And trying to explain orbit struggles, trying to see the Navy and the Army of this time, which was the world's biggest Navy and one of the smaller armies that the British had, to come together for greater effects. So the question is very right. What multi-dimensional superpower today is to leverage all 5 dimensions. Orbit system dimensions of this time, and air power, space power, and cyber power. Also, I would like to suggest that naval warfare has been a reality and part of all warfare for thousands of years. It is not a new idea. It might be just a new term, perhaps used. The term has become rather now and has created its own confusion. Just like 4th-generation warfare and things like that. There can be really no cyber war or space war. There will be cyber warfare and space warfare, and all these dimensions have to be taught. I would like to suggest to all of you cadets and midshipmen that think carefully that one of the nations that is looking at multi-dimensional strategies and multi-dimensional warfare with greater scrutiny and greater open-mindedness happens to be quite surprisingly China, the People's Republic of China, and the People's Liberation Army. And we need to think about that, and we need to also, go down that road. Perhaps limited is nothing else, but I am supporting a few people. So that is what I would like to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we've had 3 fascinating talks this morning on the subject of sea power and its historical development. And of course, it has, it's a wide subject, and we have spoken about people who have developed strategic concepts and about sea power itself, India, its history. Now, in the short time I have to sum up, I will just highlight 3 issues which I think need to be hoisted about sea power. And the first point came up in this last question: is sea power the same as maritime power? Is maritime security really include war fighting? I think we've got mixed up in this last decade. Sea power in its classical sense denotes naval power. Maritime power has many other aspects, much in marine, ports, etc., fishing and what have you. And maritime security, as we discussed today, should not be looked at as including, Westphalian conflicts between nation states. Navies, as indeed Professor Session pointed out in one of her remarks, navies are not meant to defend coastlines. Navies are meant to go out into the ocean, seek out the enemy, bring him to battle, and destroy him far away from the coastline. That is the function of a navy and of sea power. Having said that, the first real thing I want to say about sea power is the will to power. Everybody can gain power, but the presupposition is there must be a will to power. In the 15th and 16th century, European nation states exhibited the will to power, which led to exploration and finally to colonization of other places. Maritime powers in Asia, including China, Japan, and India, did not really exhibit a will to power. They exhibited a will to prosperity and to trade, but not to power. Whether that is right or wrong is a separate issue, but there must be will to power. Second is geography. To everything you heard, the paramount thing is geography. As people say, geography is destiny. And that's why we talk about geoeconomics and geostrategy and geopolitics. Why geography? Because if you have bad geography, especially as a sea power or somebody aspiring to sea power, it's very difficult to counter it. Have a look at Russia and Germany, great continental powers. Khrushchev tried to make it a sea power. But both these countries have problems with geography. They have no access to the open oceans. Russia is frozen to the north, can only use the Black Sea or a few other ports. Germany even less, because it, besides a few ports on the North Sea which are vulnerable, it can't really, become a power in the kind that Britain or America did. The same issue is facing the Chinese. Chinese sea power is completely restrained by its very poor maritime geography. On its east, it has a string of islands known as the first island chain and the second island chain. It can only access the Pacific through two areas, the Miyako Straits and the Bushi Channel. Similarly, for them to get into the Indian Ocean, they have to go through the Straits of Indonesia, Malacca and Sunda, etc. So China is facing the same issue, in my view, that Russia and Germany always have. And it must be a reason that they did not eventually win the larger conflicts of history. And today, despite cyber and space and artificial intelligence and directed energy weapons, there is a persistence of geography. Geography persists in planning maritime power, sea power, and strategy. So I wanted to highlight that. There's another aspect. The geopolitical struggles highlight the land versus the sea. Mahan had a contemporary called Mackinder. You might have heard of him. He developed the heartland theory, and the Eurasian landmass was seen as the heartland, and the rest of it as the rimland. And it really boiled down to which powers would prevail, the continental powers or the maritime powers. And geography, again, deemed fit that the maritime powers prevailed in both World War I, World War II, and even the Cold War. So keep geography in mind when you look at anything to do with sea power and maritime strategy. Indo-Pacific, for example, people think it's a maritime construct. It is not. It includes the Eurasian landmass which surrounds the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. And today, Russia and China are bringing that into the forefront. So what is the Indo-Pacific? Is it a maritime construct or is it a geographical construct with both land and sea penetration? Second thing we didn't hear much about is technology. No development of sea power or historical perspective can ignore the dictates of technology. Right up to the 18th century, nothing much happened in the world as far as the maritime technology was concerned. We just went from oars and pulling and galleys to sailing ships. But then all of a sudden in the 18th century, We replaced sails with steam, replaced wood with iron, replaced cannon with guns. And this affected sea power and potentialities more than anything else at that time. And then the 20th century, of course, saw everything from planes to submarines to nuclear to space and then to cyber AI and what have you. Sea power cannot be exercised without having the wherewithal, the technological wherewithal for sea power. So whilst we can analyze concepts and strategies and history, we must understand that we need to take the lessons from history, of geography and technology. These are two important things. And I think if you, as you examine the historical perspective, you must keep that in mind. Of course, having done that, a sea power is a lot to do with maritime or naval strategy and naval concepts. Today, we have things bandied about like the air-land battle, the air-sea battle, distributed firepower, all the various concepts of maritime and naval strategy. These are also important in the overall perspective of sea power. So historical lessons, especially with respect to geography and with technology and the development of concepts historically, like Mahan's Big Battle or Corbett in his Very Hughes, is something that you will have to put together as you move along from this academy to see on and up the ladder of rank. With that, I'd like to invite you all to thank our speakers today for their excellent presentations. All the best. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure. All the best.
Thank you.
A good rating session. We are looking forward to listen to you all again in the future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And with that, we have arrived at the conclusion of our session 1. We will resume the proceedings of the webinar at 1500 hours post lunch break.